6 o'clock, the bewitching hour. Okay. All right. Good evening, and welcome to the City of Leon Valley City Council regular meeting. Today is Tuesday, August 6th, 2024, and it's approximately 6 p.m. And as you can see, we do have a quorum. All City Council members are present. And I was going to ask Councilmember Campos to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, if everyone would please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Campos. I do appreciate it. Okay. We do have two executive session items, which I don't think we're hoping to only spend 30 minutes so that we can get back here by 6:30. But anyway, let me read those to you, and then we'll reconvene back into regular session and take action if necessary. And we'll do the citizens to be heard, and then because we've got such a strong presence of the American Legion here this evening, and y'all are the last on the agenda, we'll move you up as the first presentation, okay? All righty, thank you. So let me go to agenda item number 2. 2.1, the City Council shall meet in executive session pursuant to Texas Local Government Code, Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, and Section 551.087, deliberation regarding economic development negotiations regarding a possible 380 agreement with 6400 Bandera LLC. And the second item is the City Council shall meet in executive session pursuant to Texas Local Government Code 551.071, consultation with the attorney, and Section 551.087, deliberation regarding economic development negotiations regarding an agreement with Global Gate USA. So it's now 2 minutes after 6, and we will move to executive session. Thank you. All right. We are back from executive session at 6:31 on Tuesday, August the 6th, and we do have two motions pending, and I'd like Councilmember Bradshaw to please make the first one.
Sure, Mayor. I would like to make a motion that we allow the city manager to enter into a 380 agreement with 6400 Bandera LLC.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilor Bradshaw and a second by Councilor Orozco to approve the city manager to enter into negotiations with Bandera, 6400 Bandera LLC for a 380 agreement. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Moving then to Agenda 2.2, Executive Session, Mr. Campos has a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that the city manager enter into a grant agreement with Global Gate USA for the amount of $4,755.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Campos and a second by Councilor Orozco to allow the city manager to enter into a grant negotiation for $4,755 for Global Gate USA Company. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you, and we welcome these two businesses to Leon Valley. Moving then to agenda item number 5, and let's see, 6:31. We have citizens to be heard. And if anyone would like to address the council, please come forward and state your name and where you're located, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak. Good evening,
Good
Mr.
evening. I'm
Power.
Drew Power from Canterfield or Forest Oaks. I wanted to say thank you very much for the coffee with the mayor this past weekend, especially to our city manager and her explanation of our law and fire enforcement. I got such a different perspective and so much education on what our assets are and how they're being deployed. And it has changed my entire view of how our city is being run and, pardon the pun, policed. So thank you very, very much for your time and effort. I also wanted to thank the council members that were there, present, and participated, and you yourself, Mayor.
Good.
It was very educational, and I appreciate you all taking the time out of your schedules
Wonderful.
to keep us informed. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you for those kind words, and thank you for your participation. All right. Anyone else? Yes, sir. Mr. Blackmore. Good evening and welcome.
Thank you. My name is Blackmore. I'm a citizen of the state of Texas, a resident of Leon Valley. I want to bring up the fact that we've had 3 council members come up on ethics. All of them went before the ethics committee, all found guilty as far as I know. One was thrown off the council. Now, I was taken off of both of the committees I was on. I wasn't even notified I was going to be on a consent agenda the day y'all voted. I was shocked. And not one person on this council tried to stop it. Now, I'm only guilty of bringing up the fact that we had a member of this city that is a felon that's on 2 of those committees. Not only a felon, an acting felon who has threatened our staff, has threatened our citizens, put them on the YouTube or whatever. That doesn't hold water with me. And we had 3 council members that were there that night. Imagine after the meeting, they came together, decided what they were going to do that night. So, I'm still against it. Having a felon, a known felon, on a committee that was orchestrated by 2 committees. Police Advisory Council made him chairman, put him on the zoning committee, and made him chairman again. I'm still trying to figure that out. No discussion at all. Automatic nomination. If you want a felon, criminals, sexual predators on your committees, on your council, by all means, get what you deserve. That's all I got to say. God bless these United States. God bless the state of Texas. And God have mercy on Leon Valley.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, point of information.
Yes.
I'd just like to say for the public, for the record, there are no felons on any of the Leon Valley committees.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me. Yes. Mr. Smith. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have a kind of a reminder.
Would you state your name and where you reside?
My name is Charles Matthews. I live on Seneca Drive here in
Right.
Leon
Yes,
Valley.
Mr. Matthews, thank you.
We have a planning and zoning committee that within this city. They do a phenomenal job. They do their job to great detail. And I want to mention one little detail. The last meeting I went to, one of the members asked about one of the aerial slides that was up there, wanted to know how current it was. That's the level of detail that they do. They don't, it's not in one ear and out the other. They're very, very detail oriented. We cannot, as a city council, I do not believe there's any room to override any denial decision on any zoning at any time. If we're going to have the power to override their decision after they've done all the homework, all the work, all the legal ramifications, all the letter sending, all the information gathering, we don't need them if we're going to override their vote. I just do not, it does not make sense. If we're going to make the decision here, we don't need the committee. We can all do it right here. Thank you.
Okay.
The next item I had, it was actually a question. And this is not in regards to anything that's on the agenda. It's just a general question. If the city owns a tract of land, the city of Leon Valley, that tract of land belongs to the citizens. We're taxpayers. We pay taxes to maintain it. How can it be that when that tract of land or any tract of land that's owned by the city can come up to negotiations for sale, how can it only be discussed in an executive session and not in an open forum where the taxpayers that maintain it hear?
Okay.
And that's a question. I don't know how it works, but that's the question.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Very good. Dr. Caldero, I'll ask you to address that.
So when you have it's called real, or the sale of real property, is one of the exemptions that allows the council to negotiate the sale of city-owned land. And so, in this process, they were in negotiations with several developers over the course of 2 years, I think, almost 2 years. And so they had several proposals that they were going through over the course of the 2 years. But any action taken for the sale, the contract, all of that has to be done in open session. You're welcome.
All right. Anyone else? Mr. Mata, good evening and welcome.
Yeah, Eric Mata. Obviously, there's a lot of people here to speak, and the agenda's filled up, so I'm not going to waste much of your time. You know, in a lot of ways, I feel like we've come a long ways here in this city, but there are certain personalities, as we just saw, the first person that spoke at Citizens Be Heard, who still is if I had to put it in plain words, a big sore loser, still upset about how things went a couple of years ago. And we're seeing those same forces gathering and trying to organize hit jobs on elected officials and citizens. I don't think any of us serve here for the purpose of the kind of mudslinging and divisive personal politics that we saw 4 and 5 years ago. Again, you know, when I got involved, I didn't know the specifics of people's lives or what went on here down at City Hall, but the madness we saw, people abusing their power. Mr. Blackmore is just a product of that madness. And I am glad to see he was removed from all the committees for his behavior. Pretty much what he did here is what he did. There were plenty of you there that witnessed exactly what he did. And so we can disagree on policy, on the vision for the city, but the idea of trying to tear each other down in such a personal way, I think is wicked. And I hope that we all work to shut this wickedness down. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no one else, then we'll move to the presentation. If everyone will look on your agenda, we're going to, without objection from my colleagues, we're going to move to the regular agenda, 11, because we have members of the American Legion here, and I didn't want y'all to wait until the very end of the meeting. And let me read that, and we'll have your presentation next. Presentation, discussion, and possible action on an in-kind grant application from American Legion for their September 11th ceremony. And we have Crystal Miranda, our Community Relations Director, here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Thank y'all. Today we're here to discuss act upon, or possibly act upon, the in-kind grant request from the American Legion. City Council is being asked to waive all the fees for their half-day rental at the conference center to host their September 11th ceremony. You have some options here. Either grant the waiving of all the fees, or approve the rental as per the in-kind grant policy only, or allow a selection of waivers per your discretion, deny, or your discretion. This event has been an annual event for many years, hosted at the City Leon Valley Conference Center. Normally, it has been used on the Sunday before September 11th. I've asked Mr. Garrity to consider Wednesday, September the 11th, the actual date, because we did have some bookings already at the conference center. This request is requesting to waive all the fees. They will have their event start at 5 p.m., end at 8:15 p.m., with setup at 4 p.m. Back in 2018, the council voted to require deposit, no longer waiving cleanup costs, no longer waiving security, and add a setup fee, which would be the same as a cleanup fee, and not waive the fee at the discretion of each application coming to council. Per the in-kind grant policy, you must score 18 or above to be recommended for waiving the fees or granting the request. The average score of this grant was 13. The fiscal impact, if waiving all the fees, would be $981.88. This includes a half-day rental at the conference center, deposit of $400, a cleanup or setup fee of $145, and security for the hours requested, 4 p.m. to 8:15 p.m., would equate to $116.88. Oops. It is your recommendation, City Council discretion. We do have Mr. Garrity and members of the American Legion Post here to answer any questions.
Okay, very good. Yes, Councilmember Orozco.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you. Being in the military and being as old as I am, I've seen so many destructive things that have happened in the United States to last me 2 lifetimes. And one of the things, of course, was the space shuttle, and one was the 9/11. And one of the things during 9/11, we promised not to forget, and we should never forget. And I thank you for wanting to bring this forward and wanting to bring it up to the city of Leon Valley and also our surrounding city in San Antonio, invite them for us not to forget what the United States of America went through that day. The destructive actions of other people to kill innocent people there in 9/11 was one of the most devastating things I've seen in my life. I think that I commend you for wanting to do this, and I'm for it, but I'd like to hear from my colleagues as well before I make the motion.
Okay, all right. Yes, Mr. Martinez.
One question I'd like to know is if you plan on opening this up to the other posts in San Antonio.
Right here, Stuart. Yeah, thank you. Good evening and welcome. If you'll state your name.
Good evening. I'm Spencer Spriesterbach, and I've been a member of this community at Leon Valley since 2007, and I'm a member of the American Legion Audio Murphy Post number 336. I want to thank you folks, Mayor Riley, and all the City Council, for the jobs that you do for our city and for all the citizens here in Leon Valley. This has been an annual event for at least the past 15 years, and again, like Mr. Orozco said, this is something you don't forget. We have a duty to remember, and we put together this. All of the legwork and things come through us, through the Post, and we do this in conjunction with the City of Leon Valley. We put together a nice program, and we try and find a good guest speaker, as well as provide refreshments, some light refreshments for afterwards. And I know that several of you have already attended this event in the past, and it's a great program, and it is open to the public, Mr. Martinez. Yes, other posts are welcome, but some of them are going to be doing some things as well. Again, because, on that day, 2,977 persons were killed that day, and another thousands have been injured. We think about the Twin Towers, the World Trade Center, but then again, the Pentagon and Somerset County in Pennsylvania too. Again, these are some things that we need to remember and never forget, especially as the times are getting right now, tensions getting heated around the world. So we appreciate all your consideration in this matter. Again, you've seen all the things up on the slides on what we plan to do, and hopefully you guys will see to waive the fees as we need, because we are a nonprofit organization. We're not doing this to make money. Again, we're doing this to serve the public and our community, and we're proud to be a part of Leon Valley. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Spencer. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
Yes, I'll just say, of course, I'm in favor of this as well. I think this is one of those events that everybody remembers where they were on 9/11 when the planes hit the towers. And yes, I was here for the space shuttle as well. Really small, but I do remember that. So.
Okay. Mr. Campos.
So, Mr. Miranda, could you go back for the cost of the slide, the cost of the event? So the $400, it's a deposit.
Right.
If there's no damage,
It's a
that would be
refundable
refunded,
deposit that
right?
we charge everyone.
So it's really $400 less than that. So it's
Correct.
$581 that we're
$581.
really waiving, and I'm in support of it. This is a fantastic event. but it's not the, I just want to point out, it's not
Right.
the $900.
Sure.
That was my question too, because the 400 usually is refundable, so.
Sure, it is
Okay,
refundable.
you bet.
I'd
Okay,
like to make a
Mr.
motion that we approve 10.11, approve the application for American Legion for the September 11th ceremony.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion by Counselor Orozco and a second by Counselor Martinez to approve the in-kind grant application for the American Legion for their September 11th ceremony, waiving all fees. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you all very much. Really appreciate it. Okay. All right, thank you all.
Just real quick, I'm sorry.
No, that's
We're
fine.
looking at the 19th of October for our community cleanup project.
Cleanup.
Audie Murphy Memorial Park, but that's a Saturday.
Okay.
That's, we put it on our calendar, but I still have to coordinate with Crystal, so we appreciate it. Thank you.
October 19th. All right, let's make a note of it. And what time is that? That's at 7:30, right?
Yeah, at 7:30, we'll have breakfast, tacos, and some water and juices there.
All right.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Spencer. Do appreciate it. All right. So we will then move back to presentation 6.1. Presentation and discussion of an ordinance authorizing the proposed 2024 property tax rate and call for public hearing and adopt tax hearing. This is our first reading this evening as per our city charter, so there'll be no vote tonight, but Dr. Caldera will give the presentation. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening. So your new revenue tax rate, which is formerly known as your effective tax rate, is generally equals the total amount of tax that you gained this year to next year. And so your no new revenue rate came in at, did she put it on here? Let's see. Calculated, your voter approval rate came in, or I'm sorry. Where is it at? No, sorry. Your no new revenue rate came in at 0.482709. Your current tax rate is 0.484739, which is a difference of 0.002. Your voter approval rate with your unused increments is at 0.53. And so I constructed your balanced budget that I presented to y'all at the last meeting with the 0.484739. So that's our recommendation, is for y'all to stay at the 0.484739 in order to maintain.
So it's a little bit higher.
So it's slightly, it's
Slightly, yeah.
0.002
Right.
difference. And so what happened is your interest in sinking fund went down slightly. And so we moved that over into your M&O, which increased the amount of revenue you were going to get for next year. And so we're estimating that revenue increase is about $200,000. So total, what you have sitting in the good in your balanced budget is about $200,000. Now, your health insurance came in at 34%, but we're hovering around right now at 20%. So that's going to take $100,000 from that $200,000 you have sitting there. From the council discussion, y'all wanted to add back in Microsoft Office 365, that's roughly $64,000. That will leave you in the good about $30,000. And so if you do want to add yoga back in or something like that, you can. My recommendation is just that little bit of extra to roll it over into your reserve.
Okay, would you also explain to our citizens what the calculated 2024 voter approval tax rate means?
So that'll allow so every penny that you go up is roughly about $100,000. So we had planned to go ahead and start adding in your firefighters per like the staff utilization survey, and y'all wanted to start adding one a year. You would go up a penny, but you could add all three if you wanted to, and continue to increase your tax rate all the way up to 0.53 without us having to go to the voters to ask for permission.
For a vote, yes.
Correct.
Okay.
So
That's
we
what I wanted
could
to
go, now your highest tax rate that you've had here is like, I think 0.56, I think, or 0.57. And so we chopped it down about 2 or 3 years ago. And so you're going to have to start creeping up at some point, especially if you're going to start adding personnel, if y'all decide y'all want to start doing that. What the no new revenue rate is showing me is that you're right on the money. Like you're collecting, you can't have any no new expenditures. That means prices, inflation, nothing can happen. You're going to get the same amount of revenue every year. And so that's what you're anticipating to happen every year. Now, at the same token, you're hoping the values of the property are going to go up. But eventually you're going to level off. We're already seeing that. We had, when we took the first cut in your property tax was in 2021, where houses were going over asking $50,000-$60,000. That's not happening anymore. So you're starting to see that level off. We're seeing some slight increases, $20,000, $15,000 in property tax value. But eventually you're going to level out. The homes here, aren't going to be worth $1 million. So at some point your home value is going to level out. And with that being said, at some point you're going to have to raise property taxes at some point.
Okay, very good. Yes, Mr. Campos.
So, first let's talk about the no new revenue. I don't, in my opinion, that's not an option for the city. Because our costs are going up. Right now, for the citizens, we do not have a balanced general budget. Okay, that incorporates all of our fire safety needs, allocation of all the salaries, because we're using money for the red light camera to fund, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it's 5 police officers. Six police officers plus court coordinator.
Court personnel and percentages of my salary, finance director salary.
So eventually that contract is going to expire, and we need to move that money, those expenditures, back into our general budget. We're also allocating money into our water fund. And so, like I said, I don't believe there's an option for the no new revenue. In order for us to have balanced the budget, we tap on those plus our reserve. So, and our reserve is just like our savings account. So for that, I would say we wouldn't want to entertain that. So that's my comment at the moment.
Thank you very much. Mr. Martinez.
I agree with Councilor Campos. I believe we need to be at the 0.53 2911 level. We had the 20% tax reduction, property tax reduction this year. Our budget is bare bones. Crystal had to do a lot of cutting to be able to present a bare bone budget. So I anticipate if we continue this budget this year, she's going to be coming back every couple of months with budget adjustments. And where's that money coming from? Our reserve. So maybe we can do this for a couple years, keep on hitting our reserve. But what happens when we run out of the reserve? Do we start cutting programs? Do we start laying off people? This is a very serious matter. I believe, there were significant cuts in the budget that we really need to take a serious look at. And I am supporting that we bring the tax rate at the 0.53 to help alleviate. Like Mr. Campos said, we need to start, the whole plan was to, for every year, get rid of one of the police officers out of the red light camera and move them into the general fund. So at some point, we'll be completely, we won't have anybody funded from the red light camera fund. And then when it goes away, we can use that money, go into the general fund until that time. But when that time expires, when we get out of the contract, we don't have to get rid of any police officers. We've already got that covered. So we need to start thinking ahead, not just for this coming year, but we start needing to think how our budget is going to be for the next couple of years and 5 and 10 years down the road. So that's why I support us going to 0.53. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Campos, were you for going to 0.53? I just want to be clear. I have some clarification here.
For me personally, I think we need to do it in increments. Okay. I don't think by jumping up to the maximum rate at this moment would be the prudent thing to do. I think if we did a penny, maybe 1 cent per year, to start growing our revenue so that we can start absorbing it, that we will eventually get there.
Okay.
That's just
Thank you. I appreciate that. Ms. Heil.
My question is, what is the impact on the average homeowner if we raise it 1 penny? Did I read somewhere that would be like $7.50? a year?
I have to go back. It's on one of my slides for the budget presentation. I think it's like $6 or something.
Okay.
It's not a lot. Carol, go look it up for you though.
Okay, yeah. So I think we need to know what the impact is for the homeowners for sure.
$6.
Mr. Bradshaw?
Yeah, so I am against raising the taxes. If you go back to the proposal slide, I'm okay with leaving it the same. If you look at the calculated new revenue tax rate, it means that the city will have the same amount of money, right? It's actually going down. The tax rate would go down, but I'm not saying to decrease it even further. But I think we leave it as it was, and it will increase more revenue than last year. This notion of jumping up 5 cents, you know, it's always interesting to me, the people who advocate for that are the people who are not affected by it. Mr. Martinez, who has his property tax frozen, it will affect all the rest of us who are still paying taxes on the value of our homes, and it's not going to affect it by, you know, the $6, $7 per $100 valuation, or is it per $100, or is it per? $100. She's going to look it up. Okay, but that's not what it is. Because if you think about it, it's your house value does not stay the same year over year over year. As we all know, our houses, our property values are increasing, and sometimes, you know, very rapidly, and so the average homeowner gets hit with these big tax bills at the end of the year, and then if they have time, they might go and try and fight for it to get it lowered. But we just passed the lowest tax rate in like 20 years, and to reverse it right now when inflation is out of control, I think is irresponsible. I think we're better off, you know, trying to, and I don't think, you know, we're not, you know, super in the red right now. We do have a 6 months of reserves.
4 months.
4 months, sorry. Thank you, Mayor. 4 months, and you know, we need to watch it. I agree, but you know, even a penny might be, you know, something to think about, but not jumping up 5 cents. And I would recommend we go with the proposed tax rate that has been recommended and keep it the same.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Yes.
Just been reading my notes.
Councilor Roscoe. He's reading your
I
notes.
also agree with Mr. Bradshaw. We have a lot of new people coming into Leon Valley. We have houses that are being built on Huebner, and houses are going to be built on Everest. We got businesses that are wanting to come in. We just approved a business proposal on executive session. We want the business to come in, but I do agree with Mr. Campos that eventually the rates are going to have to go up. Our salaries for our police or for fire department, it's going to have to go up in order for us to be competitive. But for the moment, I'd like to keep it at the proposed.
I think that's a good point. Our needs are going up. I know Dr. Caldera and I talked yesterday. Next budget cycle, we are going to need to purchase radios for our personnel, EMS, fire, and police for $1 million. So where are we going to get that? And we need a new ambulance. So that's another $300,000. So $1.3 million is what we're going to need for next year. So our needs are going up. And so how do we address that? That's the question. So yes, Mr. Martinez.
Another need, and our Dr. Caldera has mentioned several times that we keep on losing police officers to the hospital districts and the school districts. One of the things they offer maybe a little lower pay than we are, or about the same, but they offer full dependent care. For us to offer dependent care, we'll probably add $750,000 to $1 million in our budget. Where are we going to come up with that money? Do we want to stay as a training facility? You know, hire new people off the street that want to become police and fire department or paramedics, get them trained, and as soon as they get their certificate, they're gone. Do we want to become that again? So that's why I think we really need to take a hard look at our budget. And I know I'm not in favor of raising taxes, but we have to look for the future of Leon Valley. Thank you.
All right.
So I just need a little direction so I can write the ordinance, because the ordinance actually, I have to have the tax rate, and you'll have to vote on it on the 20th. And so I'm hearing the majority of y'all want to keep it at the .48. If you want to raise it a penny, then I need some direction. So if you want to go up.
There's two no's over here. How about y'all? Because Mr. Martinez and Mr. Campos was,
I
Go
wouldn't
ahead.
mind raising it a penny, but if my colleagues have the majority, I'll
I will agree, I will agree to the penny and make it .49.
okay. Ms. Heil, what do you think?
So we're biased because ours will not change. And so I can understand where people are saying, a penny's going to make a difference. And we're going to have a lot of young people moving into these new homes. And so we're going to get money from that. And that's where we're going to generate a lot of the taxes. And I think we're safe leaving it where it's at for the next year.
All right, so I'm seeing where it's at, so I'm going to leave it at .484739 for y'all to vote on at your next meeting.
Yeah,
Thank
okay.
you.
Very good, thank you. All right. All right, so announcements by the mayor and city council. Let's see, I just have a few. I don't know if the other council members have, but Dr. Caldera, just an update on the trash committee. We went out for some proposals, but we didn't get enough, and we had to so if you're on the trash committee, you're not.
I emailed them.
Okay, so
I
they all
emailed
are
them
aware. And so I wanted
after
the
August the
citizens
22nd.
to aware that we had to go out for more proposals because we only got one or two.
Yes.
So anyway, hopefully we'll get more so the trash committee can
We extended
assess
it for
those.
30 days until August 22nd.
Fantastic, thank you. School starts on August the 19th. I can't believe it. That's Northside, so please be safe out there as the kids go back to school. And then Melinda wanted me to announce that the fall bulk pickup, if you'll put out your refuge or whatever you want on the curb on September the 9th, the pickup will begin on the week of September 16th. So I'm sure you'll get your regular card and, the 8x8x8, so anyway, so this is a great program and we appreciate it. Thank you. And that's all I have. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Campos.
I would just like to,
Per year
it was
or per $100?
Mr. Matthews who pointed out the coffee with the mayor and complimenting the city manager. I also want to extend my compliments to the city manager. It was,
That was Mr. Power.
oh, Mr. Power,
Power,
sorry,
yeah.
Mr. Drew.
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry, Drew.
Yeah.
But I did want to point out that in that event, it was just the city manager and not the rest of the department heads. And that was great because it freed up the department heads, to do their own business for that Saturday. So thank you for showing up that Saturday. It was a great event. I think,
And Angela?
It was-
Angela was my
Yes,
sidekick.
exactly.
so, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I apologize, Mr. Power.
Anyone else? Okay.
Mayor?
Yes, Ms. Heil, go ahead.
I'd like people to drive down Everts Road and look at the new construction going in. They're really doing a nice job. The curbs are in. You can tell where the houses are going to go. It's neat. There's never anybody in the street in my way when I'm driving down. And it's really been, I've been really happy with what's happening there. So we should all take a look.
Okay, thank you. All right. So we move then to the city manager's report. Dr. Caldera.
Yes, my city manager's report's outside and online. I think I forwarded it to y'all earlier this afternoon. There is one correction. Trash and Treasure is scheduled for October 26, 2024. On the city manager's report on the agenda, it says September 27th, 2024. Next year, in 2025, it will be September 27th. And so, but this year it's October 26th, 2024, and next year it'll be September 27th, 2024.
So October 26th of this year.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And then today, Tiger Sanitation was scheduled to pick up trash. One of their drivers had a heat-related incident, and so if your trash did not get picked up today, they're going to be by tomorrow to pick it up. They tried to send emails out for the people that had emails on file, but if your trash did not get picked up today, they will be by tomorrow to pick it up. Other than that, that's all I have.
Okay. just looking at your city manager's report, I wanted to again put a shout out for Leon Valley Night Out, October 1st. Get to know your neighbors. Somebody on your block, be the leader. And it doesn't have to, it has to just, go around and knock on people's doors or give them a piece of paper, say, we're going to meet on the driveway, bring your chair and your water, and we can talk, and the police and fire and EMS will come by. So again, it builds community and it builds camaraderie. We get to know our neighbors in case of emergency, and then also we learn about crime prevention, right? That's the main goal of it's not National Night Out, it's Leon Valley Night Out, because if we're national, then it's a whole bunch of other qualifications that we have to get through. That's what I'm understanding from the manager. So please, I hope you'll do it. All right, consent agenda. We have 10 consent agenda items, 9.1 to 9.10. And I know Mr. Martinez has already called me asking to withdraw, let's see, which one? 9.9. So if there's any other agenda items on the consent that any of the other city council members would like to be pulled? If not, then may I have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve consent agenda items 9.1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 10.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Bradshaw and a second by Councilor Orozco to approve the consent agenda except for agenda 9.9, which we'll pull and discuss in a minute. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you so much. And we have Mr. Demeline here for 9.9. Let me read that, please. Discussion and possible action on a resolution awarding the lowest qualified bid in the amount of $895,626.73 with 15% for contingency, and authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with Clark Construction of Texas Incorporated for the FY 2024 street maintenance program. And we have Dave Demeline, our Assistant Public Works Director, here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Yes, Mr. Martinez.
I could probably cut this very, very short, and I don't think we need a complete presentation on this. That's not my objection. My objection to this item is consistency. Reading the contract, it looks like you just went on the internet and pulled a generic contract out where you're listing the owner, and the owner on part of it, and then part of it is listing Leon Valley. But come on, how long would it take to do a search and find and replace and get rid of owner and putting even just the initial COLV instead of owner every place? That was my only objection. I just didn't like the way the contract was worded in that manner only.
Okay, we'll make that correction.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, I appreciate it. All right.
Thank
Would you
you.
like to make a motion, Mr.
I make a
Martinez?
motion pass it with the corrections.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Are you moving to approve it?
Yes. All right, we have a motion by Mr. Martinez and a second by Mr. Campos to approve consent agenda item 9.9 with the correction Mr. Martinez has addressed. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Moving then to the regular agenda at 7:12 in the evening. 10.1, let me read that agenda item.
Might get out of here.
Presentation, discussion, and public hearing to consider approval of an ordinance requesting a rezone approximately 32 acres of land from R1 single-family dwelling and RE1 residential estate zoning districts to a planned development district PDD with R-6 garden home district-based zoning on a 19.614 acre tract being lots 1 and 2, Block 1, CB 4430, Grass Hill Estate subdivision, and an unplatted 11.37 acre tract being parcel 13, abstract 432, CB 4430, located in the 6500 block of Samaritan, and a portion surrounded by AIDS, Samaritan, Grass Hill, and William Rancher Streets, Leon Valley, Texas, being a total of approximately 30.984 acres. This is our first read, which means we do not take a vote. We listen to the people, we have a public hearing, and then it'll be on the next agenda, August the 20th, for consideration and a vote. And we have Mindy Teague, our Planning and Zoning Director, here this evening to present. Good evening, Mindy.
Good evening, Mayor,
and welcome.
Council. Thank you. So the purpose of the request is to rezone approximately 32 acres from R1 single family and RE1 residential estate zoning districts to a planned development district with a R6 garden home based zoning, approximately 30.984 acres. There's 2 vacant tracts of land, approximately 19 acres, and the other one approximately 11 acres. Here is your location map of the 2 properties. So the development would have 144 30-foot wide lots, 46 40-foot wide, and 15 would be 60-foot, for a total of 205. Again, here is your site plan. Here is the 60, the 40, and the 30 right here. So a little bit of history. For several years, 1971, it was annexed, and then several years from 1984, 2007, several requests were denied to rezone the properties. Oh. Can you go back one? I'm sorry. Oh. Not doing it right. Okay, so like I said, in 1971 it was annexed, and then for several years the request to rezone was denied. And then 2007, the residents of Seneca West petitioned to amend the city master plan to remove the recommendation of R6 to only R1, and the petition was approved. 2010 was another denied request to rezone, and then 2011 the city manager presented a TIF proposal that was also denied. So the variance request is for the minimum area of each lot from 4,500 square feet to 3,000 square feet. The depth will stay the same. The floor space is 1,800 to 1,350 square feet. The frontage from 45 feet to 30. The height will stay the same. The minimum rear yard setback from 15 to 10. The side yard from 5 to 0. The distance between the outside walls of each adjacent structures from 10 to 5. And the side yard from 20 to 5. And I want you to note that here on, this note here, the minimum side yard setback should have referred to C.4 0 lot line homes. If it's 0 lot line, then the space between the lot line and the wall of the home adjacent would be less than 5. No less than 5, I'm sorry. Like I said, 144 lots would have 30-foot width with a minimum of 3,000 square feet. Some of these lots will have an area of 3,375 square feet, and these lots would be situated on unplatted parcel behind Samaritan and AIDS Drive. The 44 lots that would have the 40-foot width and a minimum area of 4,500 square feet would border Samaritan Drive. The 15 that will have the 60-foot width and a minimum area of 6,750 square feet will be east of the drainage channel on Grass Hill Estates, Lot 1, bordering William Rancher and AIDS Drive. The lots will have the required percentage of overall landscaping. The applicant intends to clear the properties and then mitigate by planting 2 1.5-inch diameter trees for a total of 410. The applicant would also be required to pay fees in lieu of planting trees, and they will be constructing bike lanes, hiking trails, and dedicating parkland. And here is the tree summary. You'll have a total of 368 healthy trees and 20 that are exempt. Here is the total master plan. This is the 2 acres, the 2 properties for tonight, and this property here has already been approved for a PUD. So they provided a traffic impact analysis with the development of the previous approved PDD, the 27 acres that was approved. Both developments would be about 371 residential new homes, and Seneca and Grass Hill are capable of accommodating the increase in traffic for this area. The access to and from the proposed subdivision would be Samaritan, Seneca, and Grass Hill. The applicant has estimated cost for reconstruction of these streets to be $3.9 million, and the applicant's share of the cost for reconstruction are estimated to be $1.3 estimated. In addition to the cost for developing streets inside the subdivision as well. So our master plan says this about Seneca West. The Seneca West area remains largely unplatted and undeveloped. Some platting occurred back in 1972, and the future land use for the area consists of single-family, low-density housing with garden home uses. Land use for Seneca Estates Units 3 and 3B are established neighborhoods and should be maintained as residential areas. Consolidation of the properties west of Seneca East subdivision is recommended to coordinate the development of the property and utilities. The existing zoning south of Grass Hill should remain R6 garden home. 33 letters were sent out. 2 are not in favor. That is a typo. It's 2 in opposition, and 0 in favor, and 3 came back undeliverable. The owner has paid all the fees associated with this application, and the development would generate both ad valorem and sales tax revenues. I'm sorry, I clicked off of that real fast. At the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, they did recommend denial of this request.
And what was that vote?
Unanimous.
It was unanimous
Yes, ma'am.
denial?
Yes.
Okay.
No, it's 4 to, it was 3 to 4.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I thought it was unanimous. I'm
Okay,
sorry. I
5 to 2.
apologize.
5 against and 2 for. Thank you. I just
Okay.
wanted to make that note.
And then we have Mr. Shahadi here to answer any questions.
Okay, very good. Did the council want to see the presentation as well? No, I was asking the council if they wanted to see any kind
I
of
would
a
like to see,
presentation.
hear anything,
You would like to see it? All right, very good.
especially if it's any new items.
Okay. Sure. Mr. Shahadi, go ahead.
But y'all are still keeping it to 10 minutes, correct?
10 minutes. Mhm. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Good evening, everyone, this evening. I have a quick, it's a long presentation, but it's going to be very quick. The reason why it's long is because it has a lot of content. A lot of this content I will not spend too much time on unless asked about it. So just for supporting slides. So just make sure about the focus of this particular application. As Mindy mentioned, they have to do with the 2 properties. The scope is 205. For this particular phase, it's 205 lots. And as you see on this side here, we buffered this whole area. That's William Rancher and Seneca, or AIDS. We're going to call it AIDS instead of Seneca. So everything in this area here is 60-foot lots. Some of it is actually much larger than the minimum that you will see. And then everything here, we're moving Samaritan Drive slightly eastwardly, and everything in this area here will be consistent with what's in Samaritan, property, which is 40-foot lots. And then everything on the inside here is 30-foot lots. All right, so just do this here quick. We are dedicating 4 acres of park space. And I will talk a little bit about this because adjacent to this is about 4.5 acres that are county-owned, but also green space. So together, we'll have about 8.8 acres joint to the property. All right, so typical lot size, this is the standard lot size. It's 30 by 112.5, 40 by 112.5. So the standard is about, for 40-foot lots, remains at 4,500 square feet. The 60-foot lots, also by 112. We're looking at specific modifications. I just wanted to make sure that we understand that this here, the 1350, I know it sounds like a big drop. We will not be using this hardly at all. It's only for those corner lots where we'll have very tight spaces. We would be okay with potentially upping this, no issue. This again, in the presentation, there was referral to the side yard being at 0. This is the 0 lot line. So effectively, all we're asking for is that we would shrink the distance between 2 structures down to 5 feet, which is the compliant with the IFC requirements. So that's basically it. I'm going to skip this. And we're asking for slight modification for the streets to down to 48 feet. I know it sounds ridiculous, but effectively, this will allow us to put the bike path all the way around the property. And I will talk about this in a second. Street design, we thought the fire chief would really like this because his biggest concern has always been people parking on both sides of the street, limiting emergency access. So what we've done is this design is quite unique in a sense that actually we have not adopted it. We will be adopting it moving forward in all our developments. So we're pushing the parking lane, dedicating a parking lane to the one side of the street, and then putting a bike lane, which is 4 feet on the other side. The pavement will be 20-foot pavement, as in the street itself. So that will force people to park in the parking lane. Because if they were to park on the other side of the street, they're going to be blocking the bike lane, and half of the vehicle is going to be in the middle of the street. So this will force compliance, and it'll also allow easier access for emergency vehicles. Also allows a better lifestyle for people with families, young families, as they want to go out and go on their bikes. It will provide for better safety. So let me just go back this way here. Sorry, quick. Okay, so we are moving Samaritan Drive from its current location just slightly eastward. And same thing will happen with the utilities. So the utilities will also move a little bit with the road. In terms of lifestyle, we are planning an extensive bike path network that will link the neighboring properties as well, the neighborhood, all together towards the San Antonio Huebner Creek pathway, which links to the whole city network. In total, we'll have about 3.5 miles of bike path. All right, so that's basically it. I'm just going to skip that. We've conducted a conceptual drainage plan for the whole property. That is why what you will see is we will be moving the current detention pond that we have as part of their approvals for Samaritan property down to the Lubbock property, which is up in this neck of the woods here. All right, so slight changes required to this already approved plan. We will basically need to add one more connector here to the Lubbock property to make for smoother flow of traffic. We will be moving relocating the detention pond further north, and then we will basically be eliminating the need for an emergency access road. Because if you look at the emergency access road now, it overlays exactly what this plan is like. So the only reason why we asked for it was in the case that we will not have this approved. All right, so we went through this. We'll just move forward. we've done, recently, we just today received the final results of the latest traffic impact analysis. What we've done is we've conducted 2 traffic impact analyses, very detailed, and we wanted to get a count, a traffic count. There was a lot of concern on the intersection with Seneca and Bandera, as well as Grass Hill and Bandera. So we wanted to go deep into that. We commissioned a very, very detailed study. And so basically, we commissioned 2 entities. Mr. Joe Nix, he's a professional traffic operations engineer. And we commissioned this group here, the AC group. They're also traffic engineers, and they do traffic count and data collections. So on July 25th, we conducted an all-day traffic count, and we just got it delivered today, but it was signed as of yesterday by the engineer. So I'm not going to go into the details. I will go back to this if anybody would like me to, but effectively, they've done a lot of simulation, software simulation. They have all these stats, northbound, southbound, eastbound, westbound, for both intersections. And then there are different levels of service that were measured. And at the end, I'm just going to get to the conclusion here, which is for 380 new homes. We didn't want to do it just for 305. That would not make sense, because we really needed to do it for the whole development. We didn't want to be coy about this. So effectively, the findings here after all the detailed analysis is that we will be still at a service level, level of service C or better, which is totally within the acceptable range. All right, so in terms of our tree mitigation plan, I just wanted to go back here for a second. This is a 1995 aerial that shows that there were no trees on this property. The only trees that were on this property were actually exactly where the drainage canal is today. All these trees were taken out by the city to put the drainage canal. So also on this property is substantial fill on the northwest corner, sorry, the southwest corner of AIDS and Samaritan. So we need to address that. It's going to be very costly to clean it. But our tree preservation plan, basically, anybody coming up with a tree preservation plan, it's not just about tree conservation, it's also about tree protection. And as part of protecting trees is to make sure that we don't have a lot of invasive trees around the good trees. And in this particular case, we'll show you what we have. This is a definition by National Geographic on invasive species. And effectively, what you will find here is a list of all the trees that are recommended for San Antonio. And this is the list that's on the property. 93% of the trees that are currently on the property are of invasive nature. So for the park space, we just talked about this. I just wanted to highlight it. So you will get 8 acres, 8.5 acres of park space adjacent to the development. And in terms of our tree preservation plan, as mentioned, we'll be putting in 410 new trees that are native, and we'll be removing 340 invasive trees. So for the improvement cost allocation, there were other questions on this. I just wanted to make sure that we address them.
Okay.
The cost would be $2.9 million if there was only 119, that's what's apportioned to the city. If there was only 119 homes built there, if there are 380, that goes down, so the city's responsibility goes down to $730,000. And effectively, that's honestly all I have. This is all supporting documentation. That's it.
Okay. Would you explain why does it go down to 733,000 from one point,
Yes,
whatever
absolutely.
that was?
I'd be delighted to do that. So that's actually the city engineer's calculations. It's not our calculations. It just goes down by for every. So this is strictly also for the street improvements. We will absorb all the costs for utilities improvement. So 100% of that gets apportioned to us. This is strictly for road improvements, and the more homes you have, the more of the cost gets pushed to the developer. And this is city engineer calculations.
Okay, not your engineer. Okay, could you put up the big picture again that you had of the colors, the pink and the,
Yeah, certainly.
please?
I'm colorblind, so
Oh,
you're
no.
going to have to work with me. So you can refer to them by lot size, if you like, please.
This one.
Yeah, that one. Well, the
This
whole,
one here?
the whole thing. Yeah, there you go. Of all of the three developments, so we could see it in a whole. And I just wanted to address Mr. Matthews' question about the planning and zoning. Mr. Matthews, it's required by law that we have a planning and zoning committee or commission. Every city has one. And it goes to them first, but then it comes to the council because we are elected. You are our bosses. You elect us to serve you. You're at the top of the chain. I want everybody to remember that. And so it comes back to the council for their decision. But I guess I'm looking at this, Mr. Shahade, and here's my concern, and I really, really want to plead compromise tonight, because 380 homes are a lot of homes back there, and these people have, it's going to impact them greatly. It's not going to impact me. I live on the other side of the city.
I'm sorry, what did you say, these people as in?
The Seneca West people, the people that have been here
the neighbors.
time and time and time again, okay? And you did and I want to compliment you, you did a really good job of Trilogy. You listened to the citizens around Evers and Seneca, because you could have put an apartment complex there and you chose not to. You listened to the citizens and you put an R6 with some variances, but there's only going to be like 67 homes there on that 8 acres of land. So 380 homes just seems like an awful lot. And I multiply it times 2 cars and times 3 cars and times 4 cars, and we're looking at anywhere from 760 cars to 1520 if you have 4 cars. I don't know. I used to walk, but then I have an injury, and so I'm not walking as much as I used to. But I mean, there are some homes that have 4 and 5 and 6 cars. That's crazy, but they do. But I'm wondering why we can't because density is a big thing for me, and if there was any way we could make that all pink instead of those 30-foot lots that we're cramming people in with 0 lot line. I met with a citizen yesterday, and it kind of came to me. She came and spent an hour with the manager and I, and she had complaints over R1 homes. And I thought, okay, noise, trash, parking, rats, raccoons, I mean, you name it. And I'm thinking, and they're spread out. I'm just wondering about this density. And so I'm just wondering if we could compromise and have the R6 pink to be consistent and then reduce the number of homes. That's my request. I'm wondering about the dumping on the property. I read someplace that used to be a dump and how that's going to impact the development. And then, okay, I think and I have 380 to 389. I've heard that that's a range. Is it not 389, it's 380? Okay. Okay. And I'm still concerned about this. I thought it was $1 million infrastructure cost to our city. Now you're telling me it's $733,000. I still don't know where we're going to get that money, but anyway, it's a concern. And then water and sewer, I believe Ms. Mort said that we have plenty of water in the future to accommodate all of these developments. I just want to verify that.
No, ma'am, we don't. We still need 300 acre foot of water.
Okay.
We had based our assumption on how much water we needed based on our total build out. So not just these lots here or this land here, but all the other vacant tracts that are around Leon Valley, because you still have some in Linkwood, you still got some off of Sawyer Road, you've got underdeveloped ones off of Sawyer, still off of Huebner. Mm-hmm. So you got a lot of areas where you can have more development.
Okay.
And so based on the zoning at the time, which was before R6 was taken out of the master plan. So this is way back. the engineers did calculations and they said, we think your population is going to be around 13,000 to 15,000. Based on that and the units needed, we estimate that we're going to need about 2,058 acre feet of water. So we've been going towards that goal this whole time. We're at 1,758 acre feet right now, and we're looking at a possible purchase, of course, of 40 acre feet this year, 20 acre feet the next year, until we get to that amount.
Okay. So we're not there yet, but we're getting there. Is that what you're saying? Okay, very good. Okay, and so then also with development comes increased costs for personnel for police, fire, EMS. And yes, I know it might be offset by property tax payments, but the property tax payments won't be, until after the development is finished. And I believe I read you said 2029 is when it would be finished. Bandera Road, we just had a meeting with the TxDOT people on Monday, and it's going to be 2028 when the Bandera Road redevelopment, phase 1, which is Leon Valley, will begin. And again, it'll impact this development as well. So, okay, that's all I have. So I just passed it on to my colleagues. And then we do have a public hearing, so we do want to hear from our citizens.
Did you have any questions for me, or was that?
I'm sorry?
Did you have any questions for me as part of that?
Well, I mean, I've just got, these are just my thoughts that I've been coming up with all day today.
Okay.
So, and just
I'm happy to answer why the
asking
30-foot lots,
yeah.
if you like.
I'm sorry?
I'm happy to answer the density.
Sure.
So
Go ahead.
if you were to look at Trilogy or at Senna, if you were to take the 67, initially we were approved for 94 lots, and we went back and reduced them down to 67. But if you were to take 67, divide by 8, because that's how many acres we end up developing on, and then multiply that by 60, what do you get? Do you have a calculator, please? Somebody's calculator? Yeah. Because that
Multiplied
gives
by
you
60, what is
60
the
acres is what
60
we have.
acres.
67 divided by 8
and multiply by 60.
Times 60 is 502.5.
Right. So that would be the density. If we were to stick with the Trilogy density, it would be over 500 lots, right? So the biggest issue is market demand. It's very important for people to understand that. It's the price point. Who is going to live here and how much can they afford? And we go to the banks. That's where we start. And you look at the bank and what is their average lending, mortgage lending these days per home in this area. And then you look at their demographics. The banks are the best place to go, right? And they will tell you that what their average is, and we need to price these lots here, the homes, for no more than between 400 and 420, right? So to do that, you need 30-foot lots. Anything that is 40-foot is going to go for the 450, 460. Those 60-foot lots that we have there, we're projecting 500 plus for those lots. As in like homes built there. So I just wanted to answer that. So already we're lowering the density from, and Senna is even more if you were to look at
Oh, I know Senna. That was 9 houses per 1 acre.
Right. So multiply
they're
that
on
by
top
60.
of one another.
Yeah,
I don't know. I wouldn't want to live
540
there, but that's me. Okay,
Right.
so I'm
I
going to
hope
leave it.
that
I'm going to
answers
open up. Thank you, sir. I'll open it up to any questions for my colleagues or comments. Go ahead.
So I did
Thank
want
you.
to just, Mr. Shahade, basically you're saying this development is less dense than the Trilogy property?
Essentially.
And it's less dense than the Senna on Hebner, right?
Essentially.
So my, I wasn't even thinking of comparing it to those, but if you drive around San Antonio, up Bandera Road, past Mainland, there's some houses that are
At 20-foot lots.
Yeah,
20-foot
those are 20 foot. I was trying to look up and see what the width is. So this is significantly wider than those. But do you have an idea? And obviously, the large 60-foot lots are going to be more expensive than the 40-foot lots and the 30-foot lots. But do you have any kind of a price gauge already of what these are going to sell for?
Yeah. So in terms of average sale price?
Yes.
We're looking at, for these here, the house average sale price is going to be about 510. Everything that is 40-foot lots, they're going to be in the 450 range. And everything here is going to be between 400 and 420.
I'm sorry, what was that?
400 and 420.
400 to 420 for the 30-foot lots?
Correct, yes. So the bigger the lot, the bigger the house,
Right,
the higher the
the
cost.
higher.
So that's the biggest issue. Is it's all like in the economics, you will need to have the demand. You cannot just build something that doesn't have demand, right? And for this area, this is the demand right now. The banks will tell you that.
Okay.
It's not like we don't invent the numbers, right? Trust me, we just work with the numbers. We don't invent them.
Okay. Anyone else before I open up the public hearing? Mr. Campos?
You know, Mr. Shahadi, you had made different proposals to the council, and one of those was an R1 development in this particular property, if I remember correctly. And we were hopeful that we were going to get to something that the neighbors in that area would be proud to have in their neighborhood. But, you know, when we're going from an R6, from an R1, that's a big step, more dense. But to go where the variance is even smaller, you know, we have very good experience in Pavona Place
the Ridge.
The Ridge that they were R6s without variances. And so I'm wondering, is that something that's even possible as that compromise that we're looking for with the citizens that live out there? So that's one item. And the other thing that I wanted to talk about is it my understanding, and I just want to clarify that, are you asking for a cap for the fee for the trees? Did I understand that in the presentation?
Yes, and I'm happy to explain that.
Okay. And
totally
first,
happy
I'd
to.
like to find out from
what's the cost?
The staff, what would be the total amount that would be due? And then I
That
think
never
the
was in
cap
there.
is then discuss the cap. If Mindy, is that possible that you can tell us what the total fee would be?
That's
for
right. That was on mine too.
It's $100 per, what do you call it, caliber inch per tree to pay.
Yeah, but what's the total?
But the total.
Hold on just a second. Melinda, can
Yeah.
you help her?
Yeah.
410 about.
So he did just an overall tree survey right now. He's not given us the details on each individual tree. And so that's an item that we're going to have to bring back at the next council meeting because, as you know, there's a ton of trees over there, so it's taking a minute to get that. But what she's saying is true. It's $100 per caliper inch per tree, so of each tree.
I know.
So we'll get you that amount then. The other thing I wanted to point out, too, is that the 60-foot lots that are proposed up here, those are going to be 6,750 square foot lots. That's larger than R7. They're just slightly lower than R1.
Right.
The ones that are the 40,
Excuse me, there's only 15 of those though, right?
16 of them, or 15, yes.
15, yeah.
The ones that are the 40-foot frontage lots are going to be on one side, where's the clicker? So on this side of the drainage channel, those are going to be 5,000 square foot average lots. Then you get a little bit bigger here in the curve. And then these on this side over here, those are going to be 4,852 square foot.
Can we turn down the lights? Because it's really hard for me to see up here. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, in front of
Thank
you.
you. That's better.
So here's your 6,750 square foot lots. So bigger than R6, bigger than R7, but smaller than R1 single family. This here is 5,000 square foot lots, a little bit bigger over here. These right here are 4,852 square foot, except right in here where it's getting scrunched. And then these over here are the 30 foot. This right here in the middle, those are planned to be 3,904, so just shy of R6. They're not 3,000 square foot lots.
But I
These
thought
up
it was
here-
4,500 for the R6.
Well, the minimum for that, but what we were talking about was his minimum that he's asking for in the variance request was 3,000 square foot.
Okay.
And so
And
these
you're
are
saying it's
much
above that.
larger. Yeah.
Okay.
So those right there are 3,904. These over here are 3,375. Let's see here. These over here are 3,375 as well. Oh, all the way down. So all of these here are 3,375 square foot. Over here, same thing along this back side. So these are all pretty uniform, except where you get to a corner where you've got to scrunch some things down. And so that's the reason for the asking for the minimum He's not saying he's building them at the minimum. He's actually saying he's building them a lot larger than what the request is for. You just have to give some variances to where you've got corners or where you've got topography that doesn't fit. As far as the fill question that came up,
Yeah.
back in the 80s and 90s,
It was a dumping.
to allow people to dump clean fill. And what they meant by clean fill was concrete and rebar. It didn't mean like trash. This was all, in their heads, clean fill. What that does is it makes for unstable foundations. So they're going to have to dig it out. And it's at the corner of, so here's where Samaritan is right now. And you've got the old Elizondo property is right here at this corner. So this whole corner, actually it's over here, right here is going to have to be dug out and somehow disposed of, and then good fill brought back in so that he can build houses.
Okay.
So that's part of the reason why he's not able to give us R1. There's just too much cost involved in what's out there. And that's why that land has sat there. Number one, it has not been rezoned because it keeps getting denied. But number two, the costs are so large.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Campos, if you'll continue,
Yeah,
please.
and-
Thank you.
And so I'm not really in favor for the variance or capping the tree.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it is, the cost is the cost.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last thing that I'd like to bring up is, I see the park, great, but is there a way that a homeowners association can be stipulated in this property so that they can maintain it? Because the city of Leon Valley is maintaining a lot of park space. And as it is, even with what we have today, I don't know if you were here in the staff utilization, we had that last meeting, and we need Public Works to add it. And as you've heard with our budget presentation, where do we find that money? And if we add more park space, that means more maintenance and outfitting possibly for the city of Leon Valley. So those are the concerns that I have.
Okay.
Would you like me to answer a couple, especially when it comes to the maintenance? So we are building everything that you see in red. We're actually building. So the city does not have to build any of the path. We'll be building the path. Okay. The maintenance of a path over time, we have been. There are pluses and minuses of having an HOA. Some people just don't like to live in a neighborhood that has an HOA. Too many limitations, et cetera, et cetera. So where in the past it was an attractive thing, it's becoming way less attractive because you have a whole bunch of people dictating on you how you're going to be, what you can do and cannot do to your house, right? So we're definitely evaluating the concept of an HOA. But can I promise you right now, we honestly cannot make that commitment at this point in time. But we will work with the city. We always have, and like as far as I'm concerned, and maybe Melinda can comment on this a little bit. This is going to be used by everybody in this neighborhood, like not just this community. This is all going to be linked. So everybody on the Seneca West estates, they're going to have full access to this through the bike path, right? So hopefully it will enhance all the citizens' life, and hopefully it'll be a good expense for the city to maintain. Right?
Okay.
That's our hope.
Mr., what is that big white square?
Oh, that is the Cordova,
sorry?
Cordova family. It's a
Okay,
it's a
that's the
private
2
residence.
acres,
Yes,
and
that's
it's
right.
not being incorporated into this plan? I thought it was.
We don't own it.
Oh, you don't want it?
We don't own it.
They
We
don't
do
own
not
it.
own it.
It's
We don't
private
own it.
property.
It's private property. There's a
Oh.
house on it. People live there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I thought it was part of the plan.
Yeah.
2
no.
plus 11
No, I believe
is
they've
13.
been here before. They're not here tonight, but
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. I just didn't know what that was.
yes.
All right. Okay, anyone else on the council before I open up the public hearing? Okay. So at 7:52, I'm going to open up the public hearing and ask our citizens to please come to the podium. You have 3 minutes, and if you'll please state your name and where you reside. Mr. Matthews.
My name is Charles Matthews. I live in Seneca West. 3 minutes will not give me enough time to address all these issues that are facing this development. I don't even know where to start. But I will tell you this, before we get started for the next meeting, on the consent agenda that we had were item 9.3, where Mr. Carrasco was requesting time off. That will be the meeting of the second meeting, reading for this.
Correct.
And I think that we need to have a full council for that vote.
Okay.
Something to consider.
All right. Thank you.
The history of the property speaks for itself. I can vividly remember when we were asked as a Seneca West group to zone RE1 because it wasn't permanently zoned. And we all approved it. And if you read it, it was supposed to be permanent. And now here we are tonight having somebody come in here and ask us to change this. It's been denied since 2017, I think. Just denied, denied, denied. And it continues. People don't want R6. It's been perfectly said by everybody that has spoke up here. R1 all day long. But we've let an investor come in here and try to poison us with the fact that there's no money in R1. That's not my problem. That is not my problem. R1 is R1. I live on a 10,000 square foot lot, R1. He wants to put equivalent 3 houses on that piece of property. That's what it boils down to. I'm within 150 foot of the first house being built at $500,000, and if you don't think I'm going to get taxed out of my house, it's going to happen. My property values, I fight them every year. There's nobody going to stand a chance with this. Nobody. They're starting at $400,000. The most expensive home in Seneca West. The most expensive home, go to the tax rolls, $300,000. That's a fact. That's on Bexar County Appraisal District. I look at it every year for comparisons when I do my appraisal fighting. The other item, and this is a little bit disturbing. This has been brought up before, but never commented on. I've done some investigating on One Stop Group. Their exhibit, their application listed address 12042 Blanco Road, Suite 305. I went there last night. They're not listed on the marquee. They're not listed in the directory inside the building. Okay. I've spoke with the property management company, never heard of them. I spoke with the finance people that collect the rent there. They've never heard of them. So who is the One Stop Group?
Okay. Well, we'll have to
Big
ask
question.
that.
Okay. I don't understand this, and this was brought up before and never addressed.
Okay. Let's see if then your time is up, but we'll ask Mr. Shahadi to
How
please
does one
address
get
that.
more time? I mean, a developer gets 10 minutes to tell us what he's going to do, and we get 3 minutes to say, what about this, what about that?
I know.
Thank you
It's
for your
frustrating,
time.
isn't it? Thank you. It's just the rules of our chambers, so all righty. Who else would like to, and I don't know where Mr. Shahadi went, but I'll ask you, yeah, would you address his concern? You're not located on Blanco Road.
Okay. When it comes to corporations, you have something called a registered address. Your registered address could be with a registered address for the
your
corporation.
microphone on? Okay.
It could be your lawyer's office. It could be your accounting office. In our case, it is our accountants that maintain all our records. As such, all the correspondence goes to our accountants that will take care of all our books, including.
So your
everything.
accountant is in Blanco, and what is his name?
That address.
And what is, oh, well, anyway, so Mr.
Am I
Matthews
being
is an
interviewed
accountant.
as to the legitimacy of our
Sure.
existence?
I don't know.
What
I'm
it
just, just trying to answer his question, that's all.
Yeah. Okay. So
Okay.
so Nariman Guven, Guven, Guven.
Okay.
They are our accounting firm, and they're the ones that hold our records.
Okay, great.
For if that's okay.
All right. Thank
Any
you.
other questions on the legitimacy?
I just wanted you to
of our
answer his question.
Sounds
Thank you,
good.
sir.
Thank you.
I think you did. All right. Who's next? Yes. Good evening and welcome. If you'll state your name and where you reside, please. Thank you.
Russell Hernandez. I live in Seneca West.
Okay.
I'm just looking at how cities evolve and develop over time, and I realize that as land, nature gets developed into housing, it's hard for it to go back to nature. And, the land becomes just so invested in and so expensive at that point that maybe it gets redeveloped into higher density over time, but usually never goes from housing then back to nature or a park or something that we can enjoy as community green space. And so in this situation where a good percentage of this overall development is city-owned nature space, I'm hoping that we can make that decision now to try to, keep as much greenery as possible. I realize that the development is going to happen in some way, somehow. I'm okay with higher density if, there can be a very significant amount of green space preserved. I realize there's the pocket park that it currently exists. It could definitely be expanded a little bit. I do appreciate what the developer is doing with the bike lanes and, preserving and opening up, giving really us access to this back green space over here in the greenway. But I do think there's an opportunity to maybe expand the pocket park a little bit in the midst of the whole development. I realize
Is that the upper left-hand corner?
the pocket park that's kind of here off to the bottom.
The one
right.
in the,
The one by
Yeah,
William Rancher.
The one that already exists
oh, you mean the,
from the ridge.
yeah,
Both
the Ridge
between the ridge.
Park, right there,
Yeah, I
yeah.
think there's an opportunity to expand that a little bit.
Mm.
I've realized that maybe the best opportunities to expand it might be in what is privately owned versus what is publicly owned. But when in the overall development negotiations, maybe that can be produced somehow. But I'm okay with giving higher density in some areas if we can continue to preserve and add more green amenities for those residents. And certainly there's a lot of residents currently that utilize the park space, and it feels like it could be expanded as it is. But certainly with these additional homes, we would like to see
Sure.
a little more.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hernandez. Appreciate your comments. Anyone else? All right, I can't tell. Mr. Yarnell, are you wanting to comment here? All right, thank you. Olin Yarnell. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, members of the committee. I want to follow up on your request for information about, oh, by the way, I live in Canterfield. And I am in favor of this development. The gentleman is saying that nobody in this room is in favor. There's a few of us are. The reason that they are the ones who have been notified about all this activity. The rest of us have not been notified unless we've kept up with the city business. So the notifications go out to 200 feet, and then it extends if the city wants to. Okay, you asked for possibility of turning it all into pink.
Yeah.
What is the current cost of the city's outlay for infrastructure the way this map shows right now? Do we know that?
Well, Mr. Shahadi
He
said,
had that figure, but I didn't catch
he
it.
said 733,000
733,000?
for 380 homes. He just showed
Okay.
one of the, is
That's
that
correct,
correct?
yes. At three.
That's correct.
The
380
num-
homes.
Right, so the number that I posted in the Seneca West factual sheet was the 320 homes or 318 homes. But they're going to 380, and so then that number, his cost of improvements goes up and ours goes down.
Okay. So if we turned it into all pink, what would be the cost of the city's
No.
price?
I was just
Part-
trying to compromise.
So we
Go
can't get
down,
that.
so
Bigger
it would go,
homes.
the number of homes would go down, that means our cost of improvements would go up. But
So
I
that-
can't give you the number because he would have to refigure the plan and see how many homes he could fit there.
Okay. But it would be considerably more.
The city side, yes.
Well, first of all, I don't understand why the city is having to pay anything in this. When our houses were built, everybody, even the people in Seneca West, the developer paid everything. The city didn't have to pay anything.
So he's
Okay.
paying for everything inside of the subdivision.
But
We have to
this is
pay for
outside.
the other streets, the publicly
The
owned streets.
existing
The
streets.
existing streets, thank you.
So the existing streets need to be improved, is that what?
Correct.
Right. Go ahead. Melinda, go ahead.
So the state law changed. That's what changed.
Thank you for the.
Yeah. It used to be we could make them do whatever we wanted to do. If they affected the streets outside of their subdivision, then they had to fix that. And the state legislature came in and said, no, 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 now you have to do rough proportionality. So his cost has to be proportional to what is happening. And then we're responsible for the rest because we still own those streets.
Right.
Wasn't that a fine term?
Yeah, rough proportionality.
We call her
I know, it's a
Melinda
new word.
Google Melinda.
What do you say?
We call her Google Melinda.
Google. Okay, ma'am, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Yarnell. All right, anyone else? Okay, Ms. Hernandez, all right. Fernandez.
Good evening, Council.
Ruth
Thank you for the time to speak, and hello to everyone. I would like to add to the conversation, since we're talking about compromise, and I know that's, well, in our minds, the thought has been planted that we're all on the same page in terms of we want to do what's best for the city, and we know that the citizens are giving their opinion about what they'd like pro and con. So in the spirit of compromise, I would like for the next time that we get together for the vote, and I don't know if this is possible, but it would be great if we could talk about the real cost of doing it pink, having it pink all across. I know that I've heard people ask if the part that the city owns, if that could be left green. And I think we were concerned about the trail, but it is 4 feet wide, and I think that matches the rest of the trail for the rest of the city. So I don't want to come back. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think the Heapner Creek, correct me if I'm wrong, Melinda, but I think the Heapner Creek Natural Area Trail is at least 8 foot wide, isn't it? Yeah, it's 8 foot wide.
Okay.
Yeah,
So if
that's
we
the MPO grant we have.
So if we could talk about the real size of the trails and variance with that to make it greater so that people can not only walk with kids on buggies, but the kids can ride their bikes and so forth. We could talk about the trails. We could talk about the city-owned land, what it would cost us, whether it's possible to keep it green. And we could talk about what if we extend pink, because a lot of what you've explained tonight, makes me feel more at ease about the plan. But I think it can be better because I feel for the families that are going to move in there because heat islands are real, and they're not just in New York. Dallas is becoming more and more aware of communities in their area, and that is not good for the health of the citizens. And it's not only the citizens that are already there and the citizens that are across the street and elsewhere, but it's also the people we're inviting in, and we're asking them to ride their tricycles and to push their buggies. And just because we don't measure the heat in San Antonio doesn't mean we have heat islands. We likely do have heat islands. We're just not aware of them.
Certainly. Okay.
And so for those reasons, I think we should offer up some plans and not just vote on this outright.
Okay. Thank you for those comments. Do appreciate it. Did you have something you wanted to add, Mr. Shahadi?
I'm happy to answer the concern about heat islands because it's a valid concern. Why don't I actually got a couple of slides for that because I knew it would come up. All right, so towards the end we have, I have a couple of slides, and believe it or not, actually I had to do the research and I was blown away by what I found out. So here's what I found out. San Antonio is one of the hottest areas in the U.S. It is the 6th hottest city in terms of heat islands. I didn't know that. So thank you for bringing this up. It was great education, honestly, for so here's the definition. So heat islands, basically, there's the curve where you can have, this is in Celsius. So you can have a variance of 10 feet Fahrenheit from just outside the city towards when you move inside the city. So obviously the hottest areas would be downtown area, right? Although San Antonio is different, I'll show you that. But any commercial space versus an urban residential, which is what we have here, will be just about the same in terms of like heat island, theoretically speaking. All right. I'm an engineer, so I like those conversations. All right. So now this is the urban heat island for San Antonio. I didn't know it existed, but we end up finding it. So if you look, the darker, the hotter. Right. So we have a lot of hot areas. And if you look, San Antonio, 88% of the population lives in areas that are considered heat islands. The best part about it, though, is Leon Valley, one of the best areas. We're almost outside. That's just only small, I didn't want to draw it up, but only a small portion of Leon Valley is actually in a heat island. So that's good. I mean, it's great education. But if you look at the whole city of San Antonio, 88% of the population, with the exception of you all, live in heat islands. So I hope that answers.
Mr. Shahadi, can I just add, it's because of our trees.
Yes.
So the more we cut down our trees, the hotter we're going to get.
Fair enough.
Because we've been one of the higher tree canopy communities. But over the years, we've cut more and more trees down. So that might be why. I don't know, but that's what I would say.
It's important people remember that, and that's back to the tree conversation earlier about how much we should be paying. So we are planting, if you look at 380 lots, we'll be planting close to 800 new trees.
But they're baby trees.
They're 2.5 inch, they grow fast. Right. So, so if you think about that, and they are native trees, we're taking out a whole bunch of invasive trees. That is why, and we have to deal with hauling the stuff out and then planting the new ones. That is why we're asking for relief. We're not asking for relief because we're greedy. And last time we asked for relief, I know there was concerns about us being greedy, but we're happy to show you all the costs associated with removing the fill, removing all the, when you're removing invasive trees, you have to treat, right? So that you don't contaminate the native trees again, right? As part of tree mitigation and conservation, there's protection. Believe it or not, some of the tree preservation funds pay for the removal of invasive trees.
Okay.
I just wanted to clarify that.
I appreciate
right?
the comments.
So it's important that we understand.
Very good.
Thank you.
All right. I just want to be sure we're still in the public hearing. So if there's any other comments from, yes, ma'am. If you'll state your name and where you reside. Good evening. I know you've been here before.
Good evening, y'all. My name is Cynthia Hernandez, and I
That's
live
right.
on the property, the white box, basically, in the presentation.
Oh, you live on the white property box?
The white box, yeah.
Okay. So how are you going to get in and out of the property?
The street's still there. William Rancher's
Street's
still
there?
there.
I mean, you have direct
The
access?
William Rancher and Gratz Hill.
Okay, Cynthia Hernandez. Okay, very good. All right.
And
So what would you say?
I guess just to add, I think you guys will vote according to decisions that you guys are making, maybe that we are not all aware of. You guys have information that we don't have. Personally, I will be impacted by the road expansion. I think some of our property from the right-of-way laws will have to be taken, and so I will be impacted. It is what it is, but I think I just want to throw it out there to the conversation that as like things get tense in this process, it's not just that the people live there don't want to be uncomfortable or inconvenience, but there are actual impacts. I think development should happen, and I think, again, you guys will vote accordingly to the different demands that you guys have in mind, but there are maybe, I think what I would like to hear is when you guys vote, why you guys are voting, and also just like different concerns that you do have, even if you're voting for it. Like, these actually are concerns that I do have regarding the development. Even though I see a lot of positives to it, maybe these are negatives that we should take into account, or responsibilities that we should take into account as we, vote too.
Okay.
So that's just
Okay.
my interest in the reasonings that you guys have.
The reasons. Okay, very good. I'll make a note of it. Thank you so much. All right. Okay, Mr. Diaz, how are you? Good evening and welcome.
Abraham Diaz, 6014 Kenman Drive. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
You bet.
What's kind of disturbing is that he had a slide up there that it showed 5 feet between houses. 5 feet between houses. Talk about cramming houses into properties. That's what we're getting back there. A 5-foot space between 2 houses. I drove up in where Mr. Orozco lives, nice place. I drove our R6s. There's more than 5 feet. More than 5 feet. Mr. Orozco lives in a beautiful, beautiful neighborhood, a very nice neighborhood. The R6s that are on our block, they're nice. They're widely spread. He's asking for 5 foot between houses. That's really disturbing. Okay. What's other disturbing is that the mayor said that we're not going to collect taxes until 2029.
Well, when they're finished,
When
right?
they're finished,
Yeah, I
2029.
mean, then you have to
So
sell
as
them
houses
and
go in,
yeah.
we have to provide ambulance, fire, and police.
That's right.
Ambulance, fire, and police. I'm going to say it again. Ambulance, fire, and police. How are we going to pay for that? We just had a discussion that you don't want to go up 5 cents. You want to keep it at what? And I don't tend to agree with Mr. Martinez, but on that one, I agree with him on that one. But how are you going to pay for these services? And I sent an email to Dr. Caldera, and I asked her to forward it to you guys, so I hope you guys got it. The mayor called.
I did.
You
I
did?
sent it.
So the mayor sent it back to me. We talk about compromise. So what about leaving a buffer zone, that city-owned property where we put the new drainage in? Don't sell it. Don't sell it. Keep it a buffer zone. Keep it a green space between our neighborhood and the new development that's going in. Remove those houses out of the way and keep a buffer zone where we can be separated, still live comfortably, and not too many houses up against us. It's disturbing that now we're up to 380 houses, and I liked how he said, if I do 100 and something, you guys got to pay $2 million. But if I do 380, it's 700. Yeah, it's very nice. So I'm requesting that you take out that lot and don't sell that piece of property. Leave a buffer zone between our neighborhood and his development. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Diaz. All right. Yes, sir. Good evening and welcome. Mark. And your last name is?
Ferris.
Ferris, that's right.
Ferris.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ferris.
My address is
Oh, just Seneca, right?
6406 Royalty Point.
Okay.
Can we go to the map of the whole development,
Mhm.
please? So a couple months ago, we had a fairly long, drawn-out discussion on just rezoning the Samaritan property. And there were some people on the fence.
There we go. That was it back there. One more back. There we go. Great.
And we had to defer it for rough proportionality, and it finally got passed. And now we're going down a very slippery slope. If you look at what was approved, it was 166 homes. Right now, the developer is trying to shoehorn another 9 homes into that development. And the city picked up a $2.5 million tax burden when we approved that development here. And the master plan for that property and all this other property requires R1. That doesn't mean, I'm not saying the city council can't override that. But today we're trying to decide on 205 more lots. And during the hearing to approve this, Mr. Campos expressed some real concern that we were going to get more of the same with this added development. The problem is this isn't more of the same. This is much higher density. And sure, there are developments in Leon Valley that have zero lot line. Britannia is one of them, the only one I know. The difference is the citizens in Britannia knew what they were buying when they bought into Britannia. The citizens of Seneca West could have never seen this coming. So, and the 205 more lots at that density, I'm opposed to it. I'm asking you to deny this application. In terms of the 3,000 foot width opening, Belinda has a lot of data and she's very knowledgeable, but the 3,000 foot is what's going to be approved, and that's going to leave an open door for Mr. Chahati to cram more homes in, just like he's trying to put 9 more homes in the lower area. You heard a lot of 3,700 feet, 3,500 feet. It doesn't take a whole lot of 3,700 feet to pick up another 3,000 feet for an extra home. And
I'm sorry. I just want. I don't mean to interrupt because normally I don't. But he can't do that because it's a PDD, and so he can't change the plan.
Okay.
I just want to clarify that. So even
can I have a little more time?
Yes, you
there?
you can. I'm looking at it. I'll give you 30 more seconds. Yeah.
So then, Dr. Caldera, with all due respect, how are we getting 9 more homes in the Samaritan?
So he can make an adjustment up to 10%, and that's what's in review right now.
Okay. But that is possible with these homes here?
Yeah.
Okay, that's my concern, is that 10% adjustment. And then one council member asked, is lower density possible? To which Mr. Chahati replied, no, it's not possible. It's going up all over San Antonio, and it's going up in rocky areas of San Antonio that are far more difficult to excavate. So why it's financially not feasible in this predominantly clay soil, but it is feasible in rock, just doesn't make sense on its face. And lastly, I'm asking all the council members to ask yourselves, is this the highest and best use of this property? So we had a town hall or morning coffee where Meritage and Mr. Chahati voted. And if you go back to the minutes of that, I don't think this is the highest and best use. And I think the citizens across Leon Valley spoke out against a development just like this. So please ask yourself that question when you vote for this property. Thank you for the extra time.
Thank you,
there. I
Mr.
appreciate it.
Ferris. You bet. All right. Anyone else? Okay. I'm sorry.
She was raising her hand in the back.
Yes. Come. Good evening and welcome.
Teresa Mosier from Canterfield, and my question is probably more towards Belinda. On the infrastructure improvements that are going to have to be made, I saw the 700 and some odd thousand that's going to go towards road. What about the water? What infrastructure improvements have to be made to connect to Leon Valley water in the cost?
I don't have those costs with me right now, but we're not responsible for the payment of that at all. So if he's got, let me borrow your clicker. So where is it? There it is.
Okay, if we could turn down the lights, please, so we could see the map. Thank you with your little
So you've got water
pointer.
and sewer down
There you
AIDS
go.
Drive, which is about right here. So AIDS Drive would moved over here, so that's an extension of Seneca. So the moving of all those utilities would be on the developer. You're going to move Samaritan Drive from here to here. So we've got water here and sewer, but the sewer stops about right there. Then there's no sewer coming around the corner. Then you've got sewer and water all the way around. And so he's responsible for moving all of those utilities, and that includes the fire hydrants, manholes, water valves, everything. Anything inside of this subdivision is totally his. So he'll be providing all the water, sewer, fire hydrants, manholes, all that good stuff.
What about getting it to this subdivision or to this area? Because I know all of our systems are aging.
We have adequate sized lines already in this area. So his connection, actually, if he left Samaritan where it's at right now, we've got the water and sewer here. And so for this first development that he had, we were looking at it, and all he has to do is run a pipe from ours and zoom, he's inside his subdivision. So for this, he can connect on any one of these sides here. The only part he'd have to build out is going to be the sewer connection here.
Okay, so I'm going to be able to turn my water on at my house in Canterfield, and there's not going to be a problem when all these extra houses.
That is correct. That is correct.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mosier. Mr. Mata. Good evening.
As many know here, Eric Mata, Canterfield.
Excuse me, Mr. Mata is speaking. You.
Probably know where I stand. I'm in favor of this. I've been on planning and zoning, and I've heard from the residents. I respect their right to be able to come and express their feelings on this. My thoughts are, Leon Valley entered into a chapter where we've seen a lot of commercial districts that have decayed. I think a lot of people are concerned about a lot of neighborhoods that have decayed, and I'd like to see some renewal here, some hope, some younger families, some newer homes, revitalize this town. And I think over the course of the last couple of years, the council makeup has taken us in a direction as far as our commercial district to where we don't see so many vacant lots. So I think it's about vision. And I understand people are against certain things. That's okay. That's okay for us to disagree here. But I think this is a positive thing, and I'm definitely for it. Also, would say I think having witnessed these various developments, there's a tendency for residents, whether they're affected by it or not, to come up and go to an extreme, like point out extreme examples and act like that is representative of what's going on with these developments. Again, the PDD allows allowances, but that does not speak to the big picture here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Ms. Hendricks. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening to everybody here on the council and mayor. My name is Sharon Hendricks. My husband Ray and I live at 6015 AIDS. While we've always been opposed, I think as a subdivision to high density, I'm really concerned too about the 30-foot lots in particular. We have never had a subdivision that has 30-foot lots in the city, and all of a sudden we have Senna and Triology going in. And that's why we had a wait and see. Some of us had said that at some of the early meetings, because let's see, is there a problem or are they successful? We've never had those lots with one side of the street with parking on it. And I just think these are even smaller than those lots. I'm only 5 feet, so that's the difference between two houses. So our lawnmower's 23 inches wide, and it's just a typical lawnmower. So someone going to be able to put their lawnmower down one side, tight fits, and the air conditioning unit on the other side, and there's your yard. I think this is like an experiment, and we just need to see what happens first in the other two subdivisions before we start putting in 30-foot lots. And I think the number of homes, I know he's discussed that the traffic will be okay, but it's just a huge amount of cars going through and hitting Bandera Road with the two intersections that we have and everybody turning right. I know y'all have heard that, but it's just a lot. So for those reasons, we're opposed to the rezoning.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Hendricks. All right. Ms. Jason.
Yes.
Good evening and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, citizens. I just wanted to address a few of the things that I've heard tonight. First of all, I am in favor of the development. I want to talk about Leon Valley Forest Oaks development back in the 70s, 70, 71, when the builders Smith and Baker purchased the land from the farm and built our subdivision. They cleared the farmland. They cleared the trees. There was nothing but clay. They put on each property 2 Arizona ash trees. They're native. but they do drop limbs. They are subject more to drought than some of the other native trees, and their life expectancy is 30 to 50 years. So with Mr. Shahade planting, I doubt most of us will be alive in 30 to 50 years if he decides to plant Arizona ash. But they are fast growers, and that's why the developer put them there. So that addresses that. 5 foot between the homes, that's the standard, and that's allowable right now. That doesn't mean you have to like it, but coming from a city of Philadelphia where row homes are the norm, you don't have a foot. You've got the wall between homes. That doesn't bother me, and it doesn't seem to bother a lot of other people. Home values are inflated all over the country, and if you look to San Antonio, and I'm always looking at homes because I'm curious, and I want to know when my taxes come due. In San Antonio, the older homes on the west side, in the the barrios that my girlfriends lived in, their homes are through the roof. And they're not 100% brick, they're not even hardy plank, they're nothing. The property values are up, and they're going to continue to go up, but also commensurate with the wages and 2-family incomes. That offsets it. Adding park space that Mr. Shahade's putting in there, that means a lot. That space is not usable right now. Nobody can get back there safely. And to do that, I don't know many developers that would take that into consideration. 30-foot lots, like I said, the mortgage lenders.
Thank you. Go ahead, finish up. Yes.
The
please go.
mortgage lenders are the ones you turn to. They're not going to be building something that's not saleable. So that's what I have to say.
Okay, good. Thank you so much for those comments. I just wanted to say that the parkland, Ms. Chasen, is required by our ordinance, right? So they have to put parkland. I can't, it's a percentage. I'm not sure, but it is required. Isn't that right, Ms. Mortz? Parkland, any developer.
Anything over 133 units, you do have to provide at least 1 acre of parkland. If that parkland is located in a floodplain, it's 2 to 1.
Okay.
You can also accept money in lieu of. You do not have to have them develop a park. You can just take the money. And in this case, it might be a better idea because we have a park there. And we want to increase the trail that's over there and make some more amenities in it. So you could choose to do either. You could provide that parkland or a part of the parkland. You don't have to do all of it. And then put the rest of the money towards the park you have.
Okay, very good. And just, I don't know, I know Tina, Ms. Chase and I are neighbors in Forest Oaks, but we live on Forest Way, and the developer built the house and didn't tear down 1 tree. We have 17 oak trees in our backyard. It's beautiful. And he did that up and down our area. So I don't know, you live on another street, but anyway. I didn't mean to get into back, but I just want to let you know that I was so grateful that we have a beautiful backyard. No trees were cut. All right, thank you. Anybody else? If not, we'll move on to the next agenda item. There's no vote. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
So I kind of took a tally, trying to listen to everybody who spoke today, and I've got 3 citizens that are here tonight that are in favor of this development, 5 that are against it, 2 that seem to be maybe and asking for compromise, and 1 person that I couldn't tell which way what they were leaning on it. But there was a comment by Miss Cynthia Hernandez that said, why she wanted to hear what the council thought and why the reasons for why they vote, how they vote, and what their thought process was. And Mr. Diaz brought up that we'll need more police and firefighters for these neighborhoods and things like that. That is true. But by my calculations that I did with our current tax rate of 0.48 per 100,000 and a valuation of $400,000 homes, which is much less than the average if you take into the $500,000 homes as well, that's going to be $746,000 in tax revenue per year. And as you know, home values, everything's going up year over year. So that to me would cover the police, fire, EMS that's needed, as well as the homes that are going up on Huebner and at the Trilogy project. So those are the things that I'm taking into account when I think about this.
Okay. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. Yes, Mr. Campos.
Mayor, I'd like to, I don't know the answer to this question. I'd like to see if my colleagues would entertain delaying the vote until Mr. Orozco returns. I think it would be scheduled for the next agenda. Is that correct?
August the 20th is when it's
and,
scheduled.
Councilman Orozco is going to be.
He's out of town.
I was going to ask the city manager, but if we delay this any further.
I'm trying to think of the timeline from his original application. Melinda, I'd have to do the math because I have to look at the first day he submitted his application and see where we're at.
We have a certain timeline
Yes.
that we have to vote on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to run your clock, Mr. Shahadi. I'd just like all the councilmen to be here.
Okay. Thank you. So we'll consider it and then we'll be able to figure it out. Are you opposed to that?
Well,
or what I can do is add it to the agenda and then y'all can choose not to take a vote until he returns.
Okay. All right. Could do that. Gosh, you're a popular guy. I'm just teasing. Okay. All right. Let's move on then to presentation 9.2. Thank you all very much for all your comments and your interest in this development. We do appreciate it. All right. Presentation 10.2. We do have a public hearing and discussion. Oh, I didn't close the public hearing, so let me close the public hearing at 8:35. Thank you. The first one. All right. Discussion to consider an approval of an ordinance requesting a specific use permit on approximately 0.344 acre tract of vacant land located at 7125 and 7129 Bandera Road, being lots 8 and 9, Block A, Linkwood Addition subdivision, for the construction of an office building. And this is a first read. Again, no vote tonight. And we have Mindy Teague, our Director of Planning and Zoning, this evening. Thank you.
Thank you,
to
Mayor.
present.
Thank you.
You bet. And it's 8:36.
So the owner is proposing to construct a 4-unit multi-tenant office building. One of the offices is going to be used for insurance agency. Our city engineer, Aldura, did review the plans, the setbacks, drainage, landscaping, trash, parking requirements, all did meet Leon Valley's code. The property was rezoned from R1 to B2 back in 1978. And the property was approved for an SUP back in 2020, but there was no work being done, so the permit did expire. The property owner will be required to replat the property, which was approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission last month. Here is the site plan. Here is, you can see the dumpster. The little black circles are his proposed trees. The little slanted lines there is his parking, the 4-unit building here. And these are your elevations. There's your north and south. This is the property right here. It is vacant. So for the Linkwood addition, the property consolidation of blocks A and B is encouraged for the development of B2 retail. All non-residential zoning in this area shall orient and be accessible from Bandera Road. It's recommended that the lots fronting Bandera Road, blocks A and B, should remain B2. It is also recommended that the Zoning Board of Adjustment consider allowing variances to the requirement of the rear yard setbacks or any lots fronting Bandera Road if warranted. The owner has paid all the fees associated with this request, and the construction of the office building will increase ad valorem taxes, and the owner is here for any questions that you may have.
Okay. And where is the owner? Can you introduce him? Hi, how are you? And what is your name, sir?
My name is Jay Castaneda.
Jay Castaneda. Hi, Mr. Castaneda. How are you? Nice to meet you. Now, so you've owned this property all along, is that correct?
Oh, wow.
Okay. I mean, back when you had the first SUP and then the permit lapsed because of, okay. And did I read that there was going to be a like a learning center or a church? Was that something
Insurance agency.
Just insurance agency.
Well, I'm a realtor, I'm a surgical spine rep, an insurance agent, and a home inspector, so I just,
Okay.
I'll have something there. I'll have something there.
Okay. All right. I could have sworn I thought it was.
That's another project, Mayor.
Okay.
That's another project.
Okay.
It's not
All right. That's not this project. Okay. Very good. So, all righty. And so SUP, we're going to have
The insurance agency should
just
be
the insurance agency? You don't have any other, there's 3 other.
Oh, we're open to something, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I would like 3 of our own businesses, because I'd like each of my children to have a business.
Oh, okay.
The home inspections, which I just got the license for, is my oldest son's.
Oh.
So he's the actual owner of the business, but I work with him.
Okay.
So.
Very
but
good.
We'll see.
Okay.
But the other ones, we're hoping restaurants or maybe internet office, hair place, renting out booze or something in sales. We don't know.
Okay. And the zoning
Or
commission?
we could rent them out.
Okay, very good. And the zoning commission did approve this? That's right, unanimously. Just wanted to clarify that for the record. Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Castaneda. Is there any other questions? We do have a public hearing, so I will open it up as soon as I get council input. Yes, sir. Mr. Campos.
I'd like to move forward with this and
Okay.
Place it on the consent agenda if possible.
Okay, I've got to hear from the public though first. If there's not any other questions
I do
from
have
the.
one question. Are you
Yes.
related to Chris Castaneda?
No, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I would agree to add this to consent agenda.
Okay. All righty. So let's open it up then for the public hearing at 8:40. If there's anyone that would like to speak on this matter, this development on Bandera Road, y'all know where it is, right? Down there. I want to say churches or not with the chicken down there, right? Bruce's Chicken. It's down that way. That's all. That's all. It's down that way. Yeah. Okay.
Hi, Drew Power
Hi.
again.
How are you doing, Mr.?
So I'm completely in favor of developing businesses in our town. But to add to Commissioners Bradshaw's tally, it's interesting that none of the Heat Islanders or the urban sprawl people are coming up and speaking against this like they are other developments. This is a perfectly green space with very healthy vegetation on it. I went by, walked on the property myself. He's got a very, very idealistic landscaping plan that I think is going to add tremendous value to the Bandera Road corridor, just like the other developers are planning to do with their developments. I just think it's ironic that people that are worried about heat islands aren't worried about this. Just seems a little hypocritical to me. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? All right. If I see no one else, then at 8:42, we'll close the public hearing. And I heard the council request that this be put on the consent agenda for the August 20th meeting. Okay. Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Castaneda. Appreciate your help. Moving then to Agenda 10.3. Presentation and discussion to consider approval of an ordinance authorizing a budget adjustment in the amount of $168,723 from the Stormwater Fund Reserve to provide additional funding for the Heebner Creek Erosion Control Project, Segment 1. And this is, again, a first read, no vote. And Linda Mortz is not here.
Probably outside smoking cigarettes.
Okay, so Dr.
this
Caldera is here.
Just a budget adjustment. We came to the council back at the, look, Melinda can do it better than I can, so I'll give it
Okay, very good.
We're fast.
You are, man. Okay, so we looked at the original plan in February. to minimize the number of trees that would have had to get removed, the city council asked that we realign it to go with the original layout of the creek. The council also asked that the channel be made of concrete to prevent any future erosion and to cut down on maintenance. So to do that, additional funds are necessary because he's going to have to do additional surveying, cross-sections, structural design of the walls, tree surveying, and geotechnical. So here's your cost breakdown. The additional funding that's going to be needed is $168,723, and we paid so far $162,000. We have a good, healthy fund balance in this account.
And this is the stormwater, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
So this
good.
is totally separate from the
Right.
general fund. It's enterprise fund. And this is your breakdown. I know it's small. So the additional work for engineering is $111,693. The additional surveying is $50,000, and then environmental $6750. So that comes to $168. You originally budgeted $633,000. That's all I have.
Okay. There's pink tags on the trees in the natural area. What's that for?
They're doing their tree surveying.
See, I haven't been able to get over there. That's okay, but I heard through the grapevines. Okay. That doesn't mean they're going to come out, does it?
No, but we need to identify them all.
Okay.
We need to
Because
figure
one
out
is a
what's
big heritage tree that's got the big pink. Okay, I just wanted to.
And they're trying to avoid the big ones too,
Yeah.
as much as they
Right,
can.
because I said, you delineated it perfectly. I mean, we said stay within the creek bed, so, and then the wall and everything, so, okay, just
Yes, ma'am.
wanted to ask you about that. Anybody else? Yes, Mr. Martinez and then Mr. Campos.
What is Sue
What is what?
on your?
Was a
Special utility, subsurface utility.
Okay. You should know. Being
Okay,
from
I didn't know
Saws.
what that meant.
Okay. And Mr. Campos.
So, Melinda, we're asking for $168,000 more.
Yes, sir.
Do we know what percentage we're at the design level?
We're back to zero because the other alignment was completely off.
Okay. So, when we talked to them last, it's been some time.
Yes, sir.
Have they done any work? Are they at 10% or
Not as far as the plans go, but we have done some work in some environmental.
The reason I'm asking is the 168, how much more, we're going to come in different chunks, okay? So it would be kind of nice to understand what the total scope of the design's going to be, and if they have a rough idea of what the cost is going to be. Because it may be so massive that we're going to say, you know what, I don't know that we have the budget for it, or that we're going to have to go out for grants or TWDB money, whatever it is, but at least that we have an idea, because this 168, I don't think is going to be the end of the road. It's just going to get us to, and I don't know what percentage of the design.
It'll get you to 60% design or better, probably
Okay.
90% design. The other thing is we have applied for 2 grants. We applied for one through FEMA, and then we applied for one through the Texas Water Development Board. So those are already in progress.
Do we have an idea, more or less, of what the project cost might be?
I think he did tell, well, no, we don't, because we changed the alignment.
Yeah.
The other plan was about 3.4.
So just so that the council knows, this is not going to be the end of the funding of
Correct.
the design.
But correct me if I'm wrong, we applied for the grants, but if we got the grant, we would just readjust it. Is that right? We would just readjust it?
We applied for the grant for the construction.
Okay, for the construction.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Very good. Anything else? Let's see, this is the first read. Is the pleasure of the council to put it in consent
I'm for
I'm
consent.
okay.
at the next council meeting? All right, very good. Thank you, Melinda, do appreciate. Oh, Mr. Yarnell, I'm so sorry, I didn't see you had a comment on this.
I apologize, Mayor and Council.
No,
I haven't
that's okay.
looked at the packet.
Oh.
Is there a map of where this is going to take place? I haven't seen it. Did we show it
Uh,
tonight? I missed it.
Well,
Oh,
not
but we've
tonight,
seen
but
it.
it was, yeah, we've
Many
seen
years-
it.
many years
Well,
ago,
it was
many-
February 3rd. It was a Saturday that we
Oh.
met for half a day, and that's when we kind of went through the whole,
So it's in connection with the sewer line that's being put in? Is that where
No,
we
we're
are?
talking about.
erosion control.
Erosion thing we're talking
Mhm.
about. Okay,
From
agreed.
Poss Road to the bridge in the creek?
Yeah, in
Is
the
that,
natural
is
area.
that right? In the natural
The idea
area?
was to cut through
Yeah.
the middle and dig a channel, and we
Mhm.
decided no, to stick to the original
Yeah.
channel, but reinforce the banks.
Uh-huh.
basically.
And I can send you that.
Okay. And the other thing I'm asking is a favor. This
Yeah.
turning the lights on and off is kind of a shock to us sitting out here.
Really?
And when you have people coming up with a soft voice, they tend to step back. And
Okay.
it's very hard to hear them.
Okay, so we
can
have
kinda
to
make that
eat the
adjustment.
microphone,
Just
right?
leave the lights off like you're watching the screen. I mean,
Okay.
like you're at a theater and y'all are on stage.
Okay, well, we are going to do some upgrades to the chambers, so maybe that'll help. I don't know. So, no.
You gotta pick and choose.
We
You want 'em on or off?
we still have to turn it on or off. Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Is there a chance that y'all could move number 9 up? The applicant is out here waiting.
Let's do it. I so move.
Fence variance?
Sure. All right. We have a motion and second to move, and no objections from the rest of the council to move agenda 10.9 next. Presentation and discussion to consider approval of an ordinance granting a variance to the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 8, Offenses and Nuisances, Article 8.09.022, placing a fence or other obstacle in drain or easement at Northwest Industrial and Bandera. This is our first read as required by our charter, and Mindy Tigg is back. Director of
Will you
Planning and
give me
Zoning.
just a minute? Let me see if the applicant is still
Oh,
here.
okay.
Don't know if she left yet, but let me just check roll the hall.
Sure, I appreciate that, 8:49. Okay,
Sorry about that. I didn't want to go with the presentation if she wasn't here.
sure. Go right ahead. You're going to go ahead and present.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the question for the council is to grant a variance to allow this property to construct a chain link fence around the entire perimeter of the property, Northwest Industrial Park subdivision, a .3 tract of vacant land on Northwest Industrial and Bandera. So your options are to approve, deny, or other. So, like I said, they want to install a chain link fence around the total perimeter of the property. The fence would be 8 foot high and with a 12-foot gate. Our code states that it is unlawful for any person to build or place any fence of any kind or any other structure or physical obstacle in, on, or across drainage easement or any natural artificial drain or any stream, creek, channel in the city. I'm sorry. Yeah, so this is their property right here, and the red triangles, that is the chain link fence that they want to install, and the gate would be right here. Again, here is another map with the property right here. This is Bandera Road. This is Northwest Industrial. So the owner has paid all the fees associated with this. Our engineer Aldura did approve a floodplain permit for them as well. And so the variance would be to put the fence around the perimeter of the property.
Okay, how close is this property to Zarzamora Creek?
Oh, can you go back to
Would you show that to me?
Yes, no, that one.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, sorry. Right through
Because,
here.
right there, okay, so it's pretty
through here.
close, yeah. Okay, that's what I thought.
B3 structure is that insurance that can
Oh,
see
the insurance where,
see through the to the drainage
uh-huh, right. Okay,
across the street.
yeah. Okay, very good. I just was curious because, you know, again, floodplain.
Yes, ma'am.
We've had a lot of floods down there, so okay, very good. And the applicant, good evening and welcome. And what is your name?
She is the applicant and a representative for the owner, Brittany Sanchez.
Brittany Sanchez. Hi, Ms. Sanchez. What would you like to add?
The only other thing I'd like to add is we did go ahead and for the floodplain permit, we did get the elevation certificate and an engineer did the no-rise certificate
Right.
as well.
I saw that.
And the way he did it is he didn't run the model with a fence around the property. He actually did it as if a structure was placed on the entire property, and the flood, the other areas up and down the floodplain were not affected by that structure being placed in the model. And so that's one of the things I'd like to point out.
Okay.
The reasoning for the fence is right now it's just open land. It's completely vacant.
Right.
It's not usable. There's nothing that can be done with the property. And so allowing us to put a fence would just give us an opportunity to actually use the property in some way. The owner doesn't have, he purchased the property 2 years ago. He's been trying to navigate the laws and, regulations of what he's able to do with it. He owns a tow truck company. They do roadside assistance. And so occasionally they have short-term storage needs. So maybe they pick up a vehicle. It's not able to go to the body shop that evening because it's too late. So they'll put it somewhere until the morning when they can actually drop it off at the body shop. And so that's one of the proposed uses of the land.
Okay.
But that would require a fence so that the property is actually safe.
Okay. So
Overnight.
that's what you think you might use it for, is to store
Yes, ma'am.
junk, not junk, but.
Not junk, but temporary
vehicles that are
storage. Yes.
inoperable.
And
yeah.
they are, willing to abide by the guidelines required. One of the guidelines I know is having a privacy vision-proof
Yeah, that's what I thought we might
fencing,
need to.
and so he's
So
happy
he'd
to
add that?
Yes, he's happy
Okay.
to abide by whatever the council sees.
So I'm
fit.
just going to get us back on topic because that's not on topic.
That's
This
true.
is just the chain link fence. Vision proofing may not be allowable under the floodplain guidelines, and so all we're talking about chain link fence.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay.
That's all I have to say.
Okay,
Just whatever
thank
we
you.
need to do to make it possible.
All right, sounds good. Any questions for the applicant's representative this evening? Ms.
I
Sanchez?
have
Yes, go ahead, Mr.
a
Campos.
question for Mindy, I believe. So they're driving down that industrial street. There are other fences. Are those 8-foot fences? Do you know?
I don't know the height. So what they're proposing is a 6-foot chain link fence with 2 feet of razor wire on top. So
And that would be consistent then?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, thank you very much. And I was going to ask my colleagues the consent agenda for the next meeting. All right, very good. We'll make that. Thank you.
Thank you for
Do appreciate it.
and also moving
Oh,
her up.
I'm glad. Thank you for letting us know you were here. Sometimes we don't know. All right, we're going back, if there's no other adjustments to the remaining agenda. 10.4, discussion and possible action to consider approval of an ordinance amending the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Appendix A Fee Schedule, Article A16, Water and Wastewater Impact Fees, Section A16.002, Sewer Impact Fees for San Antonio Water System to allow direct payment to the San Antonio Water System, SAWS, by developers for SAWS sewer impact fees. This is our first read, and Melinda, it's pretty straightforward, so go ahead, please.
I can shorten it real quick.
Okay.
Right now, we collect sewer impact fees for SAWS,
All right.
and then at the end of the year, we reconcile the account, send them a check. That's been fine so far because we've had 5 or 10 houses. Now we're fixing to get a deluge of houses in, and it's going to be pretty much an accounting hassle for us. Not a nightmare, but a hassle. And so I was speaking with SAWS about their impact fees for an unrelated thing. And I happened to mention to him, I said, hey, is there a way our developers could possibly pay you directly? And he said, sure, we've got a permit system. I just need to set it up in there, and then you can tell them to go pay their impact fees to SAWS. They'll bring us a receipt. We put it in their file. We're done. That way, we don't have to do any of the accounting. We don't have to do any of the reconciling. We don't have to freak out if we missed a payment.
Sure. Sounds good, and I appreciate SAWS working with us. Thank you, Mr. Campos. Anyone else? Question, comment? All right. This is a first read. Would we like it in the consent agenda for next time? All right. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Melinda. Do appreciate it. Then moving then to 10.5, presentation and discussion to consider approval of an ordinance amending Chapter 10 subdivision regulations Division 4 Additional Regulations, Section 10.02.151, Additional Regulations, subsection C, to allow deferral of water meter and sidewalk installation to the building phase of a subdivision project. Again, a first read by our city charter. And again, Ms. Mort's pretty straightforward. I think we always had to vote on it
Yes.
before, right? Okay, go ahead.
Councilmember Martinez had asked, why don't you just change the code so we don't have to do this anymore? So
Okay.
I finally got around to it. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, I do have around to it.
It basically just lets them defer sidewalk and meter installation until they're ready to build, so that they don't run over them with tractors.
Okay, because we were always approving that delay anyway, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, any other questions from the council or anyone in our chambers? All right, and it's the first read, consent agenda, is that the consensus with the council? All right, thank you. Then moving then to agenda 10.6, drought. Very, very important. We're so dry. Presentation and discussion to consider approval of an ordinance amending the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 14, Utilities, Article 14.11, Water Conservation and Drought Management, Division 3, Drought Management, Section 14.11073, Definitions, and Section 14.11.074, Demand Reduction measures to revise the definition of stage, revise allowing watering hours, add a surcharge to C, and add subsection 1, subsection E, stage 5, and 3, subsection E, stage 5, and amend Appendix A fee schedule, Article A 11.000, water and sewer fees, Section A 11.001, generally to add a subsection, critical period drought management surcharges to create fees for certain water usage thresholds during stage 3, 4, and 5 critical period drought management. And again, this is our first read. And my understanding, Ms. Mortz, is you're just trying to make us parallel with SAWS. But go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. This one took me an hour to do. This was a bad one. We have not changed our drought management code since way back, like in the 90s, when they first started having critical period stages and stuff like that. And so this code's really old. Nobody's looked at it since then. So this amends that code. It changes the definitions. It adds surcharge to stage 3 where we only had it at a stage 4 before, and it adds a stage 5 because the Edwards Aquifer Authority has a stage 5 now. The surcharges would affect all of the Leon Valley water customers, but they already affect all of the SAWS customers. See here. Okay. So the city has never been in stage 4, so a surcharge for this stage was never created. There's no explanation in the code as to why that was put in there or how that funds would be used. We can assume that it would be used to encourage conservation, pay for more water rights by either lease or purchase, and for more code enforcement. The code also doesn't have a stage 5. The EAA does have a stage 5, which reduces your pumping to 44% of the total rights that you have. And so if they have it, I feel like we should have that reflected in our code. The watering hours in our code do not match SAWS, which is really confusing for customers. And I've had several residents ask, would you please change our watering hours to match SAWS so that everybody's on the same page? So in July, EA declared stage 4 pumping reductions. We had not increased from stage 3 to stage 4 as we are well below our threshold right now. Now, if we get a large main break or something like that, we may be in trouble. We may have to go to it. We're in the process of acquiring more water rights so that that doesn't happen. City Council can choose to delete any reference to a drought surcharge entirely. So the code amendment would be to change the definition of stage from 4 stages to 5, and that's the language. Code amendments would apply the surcharge to stage 3 and add a stage 5. Right now we don't have a surcharge on stage 3. And so here's what it is. If you overwater, we're going to assess a drought surcharge. The stage 5 restrictions would pretty much mimic stage 4, which we have in there already, and then change the watering hours to match SAWS. It also changes Appendix A fee schedule to actually add that surcharge in and to state what that surcharge will be, which we don't have right now. basically it says stage 5 surcharges are to be the same as in stage 4 unless otherwise revised by SAWS. And it just pretty much adopts SAWS charges. And this is what SAWS charges. So your rate for your surcharge would be $10.37 if you were a residential customer. And in stage 3, that threshold would be 20,000 gallons. In stage 4, it drops down to 12,000 gallons. For commercial, it's 1037, and you can see the difference between stage 3 and stage 4.
And what about stage 5?
It's the same.
It's the same as
Yes, ma'am.
stage 4. Okay, very good. Thank you. I think you said that and I
And
missed
then
it.
they also have a non-compliance charge. So if you are hit with a first violation, it's an additional $137 for small users, $500 for large users, and the cutoff is 1 million gallons. And we do have customers that use over 1 million gallons. The second violation would be $225 for small users, $625 for large. Third violation is $500, $1250 for large. And so it's strictly based on whether a customer violated the drought rules. The violations have to be documented and evidenced.
So how are we gonna monitor that?
It's pretty easy. If you drive down a street and you see brown yard, brown yard, brown yard, green.
Okay, then you'll just, okay, look at,
If
and then,
you are driving past the corner of Bandera and Huebner and see water going across the road and you look at Starbucks yard, green.
okay. And then I guess the meters, right? When you read the meters, would
Yes,
that
ma'am.
be another way? Okay, all right, sounds good.
So
I'll
it's
let
up
you
to the council if you want to adopt these.
Well, the thing is,
Drought surcharges.
SAWS just changed the watering hours just like a month ago, so that was really confusing, so I'm glad we're all on the same page. And then I was asking you before we came in, so we're in stage 3 right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so 3, 4, and 5, you can only water every other week, not every week. And I've seen people every week watering, so it's now every other week. I mean, the aquifers went down to 6.
It's back up again. It's back up to
6:30?
636 now.
Yeah,
Yep.
'cause we
And
got
they
some
dropped
rain.
the San Antonio pool from stage 4 to stage 3. So it's on a 10-day rolling average.
That's right. That's right. So,
And I can't blame half of the residents, really, because a lot of people here have irrigation systems and they're on timers.
mhm.
And you're getting up in the morning, you're going to work, you're taking your kids to school, you're getting off work, you're coming home and you're planning your next day. The last thing on your brain is your irrigation system. So most of the time what it takes is for a code enforcement person or one of the water crew to go over there and say, hey, have you checked your irrigation settings lately? And most of the time they're really surprised, like
like
it
what?
never occurred
Yeah.
to me.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Mr. Campos, who works for SAWS, what would you like to say?
On the slide where you have the drought non-compliance charge, right there. So what they were doing here is, before it used to be monitored through the court system.
Okay, that's right.
And they've gotten away from that. And that's what this is trying to reflect, that it's really an administrative charge that goes onto your bill.
Correct.
And as long as somebody witnesses it, whoever it would be, public works person, or that's how this would work, as opposed to bogging down the.
And
court
these
system.
violations reflect the same as SAWS?
Yes, I think that's.
This is straight out of SAWS.
Straight out of SAWS, okay. Again, 1/3 of us is on SAWS and 2/3 are on city water, so I think being consistent is much, much better. So thank you for that.
And do we have, I don't know, do we have residential customers that are when we're in stage 3, using 20,000 gallons?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Really? Wow.
They're watering elephants.
Wow. I use 3,000 maybe. Anyone else on the council have a question? Yes, Mr. Bradshaw, and then Mr. Matthews.
So my question I could think was with that, because I heard a couple different things. So is it based on the number of gallons that you use that you say it's a violation, or is it based on observing that they're watering when they're not supposed to?
It's really both.
Oh, really?
Okay, so and then the second part of that is there a way for, if it just appears on their bill as a fee, how can they contest that?
That's a good question. They would have to provide some kind of evidence.
Right. So
Like a
because
broken
you
pipe
mentioned
or something,
you mentioned
or-
people having green lawns, and things like that. My lawn, if you look at my neighbors and their yellow grass, neighbors don't watch, but if they have yellow grass, but my yard seems to have a big green area in front of it, and it's mostly because the water, when it does rain, flows down from Marshall and it crosses the street in front of the Hefners, and then it goes into my yard, and it just stays underneath those big oak trees, and it has
Yeah.
really nice, so the deer come and lay out. So it appears as if I water my grass all the time, which I do not, but
We would look at your monthly
you
water
look at the
bill.
water bill and.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But you also have those trees that
Yeah,
keep the
that helps keep
moisture
it
in.
shady.
Yeah.
That's true.
Mhm.
But that was my concern is, how are we gonna, one, find out if people, if you observe that there's sprinkler going off every morning, obviously, but also, looking at the water bills and then how do they contest that? If they-
Well, and the
it's
other
a
question is, how do you
discrepancy.
want to use the money if you do adopt it?
I'm sorry?
How do you want to use the money if you do adopt this?
To me, I would say we
Oh.
put it into future water infrastructure fund, because that's what we've talked about as a need.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea. We don't know how much money that's going to be, but we'll find out. Okay, this is a first read, and we do have Mr. Matthews that wants to say something, and so, and anyone else that would like to address the council. Thank you, Mr. Matthews.
Thank you, Charles Matthews. I live in Seneca West.
Huh?
This is relatively new, and I've been following it. And Mr. Bradshaw brought up the exact issue that everybody I spoke with has. How are you going to enforce when the city puts a surcharge or a charge on your bill? How is that? What recourse will the homeowner have legally to get out of it if he's proven that he has a reason for doing that? This isn't always about watering your yard. Where I live on a shell. It's a caliche shell base. If I don't keep that slab moist, and I'm not saying I water every day. I don't do that. But I have to keep my slab moist to keep my house from settling and my brick cracking. So there's way more to this than green lawns. And what are we going to do with the money? We do not need to follow the road of saws. We need to do our own thing here in Leon Valley. But first and foremost, we do not want to put a charge on somebody's bill and have no recourse other than complain about it.
Okay.
And we're going to tie our court system up if we go down this road. And it's not going to be very pretty, I don't believe.
All right.
But there's more to consider than green lawns. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Ferris.
So in line with what Mr. Matthews said,
Uh-huh.
we have a big problem in Seneca West of water pipes cracking because the water tower is so high. Can we put something in this code that allows for broken plumbing? Because we're at 90 psi water pressure. If you have an 1.5 inch line break, you dump a lot of gallons very quickly.
We already have a water leak adjustment ordinance, and we have a water leak adjustment form on our website.
That's to correct for sewage.
No, it's for water leaks.
If your water bill, your
If you
usage.
go on our website,
If your usage spikes and you get a big bill, you can go in and submit, say I had a leak, sorry, Melinda, but you could say, because I've used it. You could say you have a leak, show either the repair bill or even the stuff you bought from Home Depot to repair it yourself, and then they'll refund the
And then this
difference.
penalty won't apply?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
But I think the question was, and I think it was right, what is the recourse of if they get a surcharge and they disagree? They just have to prove that their pipe broke, or?
we could set some parameters. We can
Okay.
create a policy for that sets parameters for how they're going to be able to prove that that's not the case.
Yeah, I think that might be a good thing to add. What do y'all think? Mr. Campos, I don't know.
So today at SAW's
Uh-huh.
Board of Trustee meetings, this was discussed
Oh, no
for a
way.
long
Uh-huh.
period of time. And so at SAW's, I'm just going to tell you what they do, is that they have a committee that's not related to SAW's employees. They're volunteers from the community to come forward, and the staff then presents, here's where you are watering after, outside of the hours, and it's only going to affect the people who have the high usage, okay? And so there's an appeal to that, and then it goes to, it can be appealed to the president of SAWS. So there is, it's not just, it's on your bill and you got to pay it or else. It's
Okay.
not that way.
There is a process.
Yes.
Well,
And I don't know
maybe we
how
should
you'd
get that
want to
look at it.
adopt that here.
Well, I wouldn't want a committee.
No new committees. I was trying to think, where would it fit? Would it fit under like Board of
They could appeal
Adjustments
to
or
the city
something?
manager.
Appeal to the city manager, and then at their
We would have to
discretion.
provide our proof.
Do you
They
think-
would have to provide their proof. And then, like I said, it's tied to the gallons here. You know, you've got to, if you're, and it's only in these stages too, is, you know, it's
Right.
not normal usage. So if you've got a water bill that we're seeing is over 20,000 gallons, and we go by and we see that your sprinkler's going off, I mean, I think I got pretty good evidence.
How do you feel about that, Dr.
I'd
Caldera?
rather it come to council, because I'm going to say no.
Okay.
I'm telling you right
Uh-huh.
now, like at the watering, I mean, I get you don't want your slab to crack, but I mean, watering cement, like to me would be like not, it wouldn't be a justifiable use to hit 20,000 you know, just, so I wouldn't be the best person
Okay.
to make that
I'm
assessment.
glad I asked. Yeah.
And so,
Okay.
you know, I think
So
it
do
should
y'all
just,
want it
I don't think
then?
you're gonna have a whole bunch of people coming to appeal. And so I think we could add it as a council agenda item for you and then
Or we
y'all
could
can
have a
make decision.
three-person council
Well,
committee or
I
something.
would like
I
to
mean-
see, I think what Councilor Campos mentioned earlier, like if we were to, say this was implemented right now or even last month, how many residents do we have that are using 20,000 gallons a month right now? Like what would be the impact? Are we
Right,
talking
I just don't think it's
three
gonna
people? Are we
be-
talking?
Yeah, I don't know. Do you know, Melinda, how many?
It's not that many. I don't know
Not
off
that
the top
many?
of my head,
Okay.
but it's not that many.
Okay.
So I don't think you're gonna have a whole bunch.
Okay, so do we want to talk about this
I
again
think we
at the
should talk
next
about it
meeting?
next.
Don't y'all
yeah,
think?
next time.
Okay,
Maybe if
so
you can get that number for us the next time.
Okay.
So I need to get
Moser
some,
would like to speak as well.
Oh, Teresa, hello. I'm so sorry. Come on up. Love to hear from you. What would you like to say?
Yeah, one that nearly pushes that 20,000. I grow all my own vegetables.
You water
I
20,000
garden. Not
gallons?
quite.
Really?
Yeah, but I grow all my own vegetables. My whole backyard is a garden, and I
Oh
share
my
with all my
gosh.
neighbors.
Aw.
You know, and I also water my foundation. I don't mind
Okay.
paying extra fees. I don't.
Okay.
But then I want all the perks that SAWS has. They have that water saver program. They have the rain barrel program.
We
I
have a
want all
rain
those
barrel
perks.
program. We do.
Okay.
Everybody does.
I've never
Do.
seen that.
Oh, yeah, we
Because
do.
I want to
We
take
adopted
advantage.
it.
I'll pay the fees,
Mhm.
but I want to take advantage of all the programs too.
Okay.
You know, and I want to. I don't think we're always in stage 3. I don't think that's realistic. You know,
See, and I would say yes to her, because I think that's kind of cool to have your whole backyard as vegetables.
Yeah.
I mean, I literally grow all my own vegetables, and my neighbors are. So.
But like you said, you don't hit that 20,000 gallons.
Oh, it's right at. It's been right at this July.
19,999.
Right there. Okay.
So.
Well, that's great.
But I want all the same programs that SAWS offers. Then.
Well, they have more money than we do. Well, that's true. Well, I guess what
They
she's
also have
saying
a
is we ought to
program-
put the money back into a program that,
They also have a program called Uplift, and you pay that fee on your water and on your sewer, and everybody pays it. We don't have
We
that.
pay it, but we don't get the benefits.
uplift, huh?
Yeah, the Uplift program. We pay that for people who can't afford water bill.
Who can't what?
Who can't afford their
bill.
water.
Yeah, okay,
Utility assistance program.
okay, all right. And
So,
that's,
Philip, I'm sorry, Mayor.
no.
Do they still offer
Counselor.
the water saver coupon?
They'll have campaigns, you know, several times a year where you can go to the nursery down the street or different nurseries throughout. And it's a coupon to buy certain plants to conserve water. And once they verify that you bought them and you plant them, then you get the
So you guys still have that program?
yes.
So is
Well-
the
Just asking for the
consensus to go
future.
ahead, excuse me, and adopt the charges, the surcharge, and the rest of the changes to the ordinance? What's the council's pleasure?
Well, I think don't we need an appeal on that to somebody, just in
Okay,
case?
so why don't we come up with a policy attached to the, like, in here, we'll say, you know, city policy, but we'll bring the policies attached to this. Or-
And if we could also see, you know, is there a lot of people that
Yeah.
it's impacting?
Uh-huh.
That's,
How
that,
many
I
pe- how
think
many
that's what
homeowners?
Mr.
That's
Bradshaw
my
was
question
talking
was.
That's
about.
important to have.
Yeah,
that
if she comes
evidence.
back and tells me it's 3 or 4 people, then we can come to the council. If it's 50 people, then we may want to have it go to the zoning commission or park
Yeah,
commission
so I
or
think we bring
somebody.
this back for a second read with those.
Okay.
Yeah, we're bringing it back for a second read. No, I can, Saws used to give a $500 rebate if you would convert your carpet grass to xeriscape.
Mhm.
That was years ago, and so, anyway, but I don't think they have
We've
that
got
anymore.
low-flow toilet, high-efficiency washing machine,
Right.
rain barrel, Xeriscape, 200 square foot. We've got 4 of those programs in
Yeah,
place already. Plus,
exactly.
we give out water saver kits, and we do free home water audits.
Mhm.
And typically, if you ask for a home water audit, we do it the same day.
Mhm. Right.
We're not too shabby.
No,
like a water
we're up
softener.
there.
How do I get
Okay, but we will bring it back and put it on the regular agenda for August the 20th. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Melinda. Do appreciate it. Moving then to 10.7, presentation, discussion, and consider approval of an ordinance amending the Leon Valley Code of Ordinance. Oh,
Mr. Yarnell?
yes.
Too
I'm
late, we
sorry.
already moved on.
You know what? It's dark in here. I can't see. I mean, it's light,
Yeah, there you go.
dark.
Somebody told us to turn off the lights.
Sorry about that, Chief. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Go ahead. But we want to hear from you. Go ahead.
A couple items.
Yes, sir.
You just mentioned about the Xeriscape,
Uh-huh.
the program we have. We did our yard prior to the ordinance going into effect, and when we made the application, we were denied because we were ahead of the ordinance. Can the ordinance be changed to be retroactive?
They did.
Oh, I was not aware of that.
Okay, so now you
So
have to reapply, Mr. Yarnell.
Okay.
Never mind.
Okay. Now, I'm stretching this.
Okay.
On this, it talks about water and sewer fees. We've had discussion about water and sewer fees. How are we standing with the fees, water and sewer fees, in terms, of being able to operate our system properly with all our inspections and all the things we need and all the broken lines and all that kind? I realize I'm stretching here.
That's coming to you in September.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Yeah, we're already looking at increasing your fees. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I stretch one more thing?
Okay. Go ahead. I know, unless Crystal calls you down. I'm listening.
Details how it will spend $1 billion. It turns out that one of the parameters stops at cities at 10,000. We don't apparently qualify.
No, we're over.
Do we have some other program that we could qualify for? Give me good answers here.
They have low-interest loans from the Texas Water Development Board, and we've got some people pushing our legislatures to add maintenance, because that's one of the things that's not in there is they won't grant you money for replacing existing lines. And so we're trying to push our legislators to allow that.
Well, it says also that they have other programs available, so maybe that's what you're talking about in this Water Development Board, has other programs available. Okay. See you in September.
And isn't that where we can get grants also, right?
Yes,
The
ma'am.
Texas Water Board. So that's grant.
The problem is though,
territory.
they won't, the last 2 years in a row that we've looked at it, they don't want to give you a grant to replace your existing lines. They'll
Yeah.
give you a grant to get more water rights, they'll give you a grant to do more infrastructure, if you need a new tank or something
right.
like that, but they won't do it to just replace lines.
Yeah, that's what we need. Okay.
So we get a grant to do this other stuff, we don't have to spend on that, so we can use it to replace lines?
Let's hope so.
Keep writing.
Okay, and maybe we can get the legislature to change that too.
That's right.
We'll have to do that. Okay, thank you. Then we move then to Agenda 10.7, presentation and discussion to consider approval of an ordinance amending the Leon Valley Code of Ordinance, Chapter 6, Health and Sanitation, Article 6.03, Weeds, High Grass and Debris, Section 6.03.002, Prohibited Conditions, subsection A, to mandate the removal of dead trees. And this is again our first read. Oh, Miss
And this was
this is
suggested by the
yours.
council that came out of the
Retreat.
retreat that y'all had.
Right.
So we changed it, it's just adding to the code, and it's just adding the word dead tree and shrub.
But are we also, I thought, didn't we talk about giving notice for them to take it out and then?
That's all part of
just
the
a
process.
Normal
I'm
part
sorry?
of the process.
That's just a normal
Already
process.
there.
Give a 10-day notice, and then if they don't pay attention, then we give them some
And
more
then-
notice, and if
and
they
then we
still
put a
don't pay
lien on
attention,
it.
then we go do the work.
Okay.
We send them a bill. If they don't pay the bill, then we file a lien. So
Okay.
we give them ample
Okay,
choices.
all right. So that, the complaints that I know all of us get along Evers Road.
Correct. And
Yeah.
it's going to be a substantial amount of money for some of those homeowners. And
Yes.
so, what we plan to do is, because you have to publish the ordinance, and so, we plan to start sending, once y'all vote on the ordinance, to go ahead and send letter notifications to all of those individuals, giving them a heads up this is coming. Then we would send out a certified letter, and then they would get 10 days from that. And then if they haven't acted, moved, contract, pulled a permit, done anything, then they'd probably be issued a actual warning. And then after they don't comply with the warning, then they'd be issued a citation. After they don't get the citation, and then we would go and remove.
So it's a long process.
It's a long
Yeah,
process.
okay.
Now, y'all, I think, I heard a rumor that y'all were thinking about maybe providing the homeowner some assistance, because it depends on where this dead tree is too. If it's tangled up in wires and stuff, it's way more expensive than just a lone tree in a yard that's not touching anything. So had y'all thought about giving assistance to any property owner?
Well, I had asked Dr. Caldera
can't
about
give-
using some of the tree mitigation funds, and you said that we couldn't do that.
So, you know what, I need to follow up with Art on that one.
We're
but,
going to ask the
but
attorney.
The way tree mitigation works is to plant new trees, not take down trees.
But if we took it down and planted a tree.
So
yeah.
I don't know how that would work. I think it would only cover the cost of planting the new tree,
Okay.
not taking down the
Yeah.
tree. But you could use a little bit of EDCD and community money and do like a small little grant, community revitalization thing. I think you could do on some of them, but it's still going to be a substantial amount. I mean, you're not going to cover the entire cost. The city of Bernie does it, but they do it with actual EDCD funds. Y'all aren't a corporation. Y'all's money goes into general fund, and so you just have to show that it serves a public purpose.
Okay.
And so
it
some of the
does.
ones it's not a public purpose when it's in the center of their property. It would have to be the ones close to like right-of-ways, sidewalks, those kinds of things.
Okay, yes, Mr., okay. Oh, she just, okay, Counselor Campos.
So, they'll get a 10-day notice, is that what you said? Can you walk me through the notices again?
Sure. First, we send what's called a friendly letter that says it's just been brought to our attention, you have a dead tree. Here's 10 days notice in order to remove the tree. The second letter that they get is a demand. You are hereby demanded to remove the tree. You have 10 days. Here's your drop dead date. From 10 days from the date you get the letter. If they don't do it then the code enforcement officer has a choice. They can go out there and write a citation or talk to the property owner and find out why they haven't complied, because there's sometimes some reasons behind that, don't have the funds or whatever. But eventually, if they don't remove that tree, then we send them a notice that says, if you don't do it, we're going to do it, and then we go do it.
And so, is it somebody reporting a neighbor, or is it code enforcement going down the street, or how's that going to?
Either or.
Okay. And is it only related to trees going over the street, or if it's on your property?
If it's on your property.
Okay. I just cut one of my trees down. Just
did you?
To make sure I was in time to.
Okay, Ms. Heil.
Who's going to be cutting these trees down? Are you hiring contractors or?
If it's the property owner doing it, they hire whoever they want.
Right.
If it's the city, we hire a contractor.
Okay, so it's going to cost more, most
Depending.
likely?
It depends on where the tree is. Like, we're pretty good in the park taking down the trees there because there's not any electrical lines around or transmission wire, anything like that. If it's out in the open, we can take it down, no problem. Now, if it's 50 foot tall, I'd probably hire a contractor because my guys are not tree surgeons. So it just
Okay.
depends.
Okay. So what would you charge someone to take down a tree?
It depends on the labor and the
Right.
equipment. So we charge for the man hours and we charge for the equipment that we use. So that would include the chipper, probably a blower and a truck, and probably a 3-man crew.
Okay, so it wouldn't be cheap?
It's cheaper than a tree trimmer.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, thank you.
Right. And we got a letter, citizens to be heard, and I think we all got it. And again, it was dead tree branches over into the creek. So, I mean, it is an issue that keeps coming up. What do we do? What do we do? And I know you responded to that, so thank you. Okay.
I have a question, Mayor.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes,
So
sir.
who's going to determine, I mean, like you mentioned, somebody could report and say, oh, my neighbor's tree is dead, right? Or the city could see that it's a dead tree. Who's going to determine that the tree is actually dead? And it's
We have a
not just
forester.
Yeah, that's
We have an
right, we do,
arborist.
Mark.
An arborist, okay. And what about the dead trees on the city's property?
We need to remove them.
That's gonna be part of it? Like,
We've
what
been
about-
working on it, though. We've taken out a ton of dead trees this year.
And y'all
Tons of them.
budget like 30,000 a year for tree removal? I mean,
we
it's in her budget
Budget in
and line
park,
item.
and we budget in public works. so.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a good point, yeah. Okay. So the pleasure of the council on this for the next agenda? Consent agenda? Okay. Very good. All right. Then moving then to 10.8, presentation to discussion on an ordinance authorizing the amendment of a general fund budget for fiscal year 23-24 in the amount of $38,760.46 for the household hazardous waste event. And again, this is our first read, no vote. And, oh, Crystal Miranda is not here.
No, she's here.
Oh, she is. There she is. Oh, I didn't
hiding
see
over
you.
here.
She's hiding.
Okay, she's hiding. No,
So this
Dr.
is just
Caldera,
no.
go ahead.
This is just a budget adjustment of 38,000. We did get a $15,000 grant from San Antonio River Authority to cover the cost. So the total cost in the general fund would be $23,000. We did list and provide the invoice to the council of everything that was provided that day. The reason that I'm giving the presentation is Councilor Campos asked of whether or not I signed an agreement with Heritage. No, I did not sign an agreement with Heritage. We couldn't find a vendor to come and do this. We had council members reach out to vendors because they didn't believe we could find a vendor for household hazardous waste. This was really actually a favor to the mayor from City Republic Service that they decided to help us out with it. They actually didn't want to do an agreement with us. At the same time, they also had to take a risk because they didn't know if we'd pay them. So up until the day before, we didn't even know if we were going to have the event. I didn't want to move until we had a fee agreement. They didn't want to move unless I filled out a credit application. And so we were going back and forth. And so the day before the event, we compromised on me being present on scene and monitoring the cost. And then I would call stop when I got to a cost that I wasn't comfortable with. And so we did not sign an official agreement with them. It was a call I made. And so, normally it would be unconventional. It's not like I go every day and not sign an agreement with somebody. We want to know all the fees ahead of time and what we're going to be charged. The city over 20 years has attempted to try to hold a household hazardous waste, has been unable to do so. And so I took a chance that instead of losing the grant, because we were going to lose the grant by June the 1st, that I would just go ahead and go forward without the agreement, and I would be here on site and monitoring the cost. And so it is a little unconventional, but I did want to put that on record because it isn't something we typically do. And so.
Well, and you did ask the council during
I did
one
ask
of
the
our
council
meetings, did we want to
on the
go
record,
forth with
yeah.
more money? And we said yes.
Yeah. And so
Yeah.
I just
So-
wanted to make that point, but yes.
Yes, Mr. Campos.
So just as at a policy issue, okay? Whenever you're seeking services, you're trying to figure out what is my price list, right? Because later when you get the bill, you can validate that they charged me the right amount. But in this case, when you're asked to pay this, I mean, some of this, like we had a question you have on here that you passed over. If you go back there, energy surcharge. What does that mean? Right. And then, I understand MOB, they came over here, you explained that. They had a big 53-foot van, but there was also all these different charges. And, there was a chemist of some sort. I don't know that they were here on site, but they spent an enormous amount of hours, 44 hours that they billed us for. And it's kind of like, had we known all the different costs involved, I don't know that we would have just said, hey, is it going to be a few more $1,000s?
I gave y'all a price. I told y'all at the council meeting on the record, I said, we're going to, the next piece, and I was going to stop. In my mind, I was going to stop at 50,000, wasn't going to go over 50. But I told y'all there, I said, it's looking like it's going to be an additional 15 to 20,000. Then, I told y'all. So in my mind, when y'all said, okay, I went back and because it's a formula sheet that's there, all of the charges are in there. And so when they're bringing in paint or Freon or whatever the chemical is, they're logging it and weighing it. The reason that the reason that they didn't want to give me a list of fees is because we didn't know what people were going to turn in. Y'all wanted unlimited waste of all kinds, batteries. I mean, this wasn't just for paint. This just wasn't for light bulbs. And so when it's open-ended, I think that's why y'all have had a hard time finding somebody to be able to do it. And so that's just the way. So we might
I think
limit it.
that what we need to do is not if we have a next event, number one, thank you for your staff, your senior staff for volunteering. That was a big chore. And I know we're
Did
not
they
gonna do
volunteer?
But I think that we need to start putting caps, like, it's gonna be fluorescent bulbs. It just can't be everything.
Sure.
That
Just
way
a
we
list of stuff.
understand
Yeah,
what the
I gotcha.
prices are.
I agree.
It's predetermined, and that way we can.
Absolutely. So when you go for your solid waste contract, so you have to understand this whole, it's a little complicated, but your household hazardous waste should be in your solid waste contract. Even when you were with Waste Management, you didn't have household hazardous waste. The way you handled household hazardous waste is through Bexar County. Bexar County used to give you a bag, and whatever fit in that bag, that's all you could turn in through Bexar County. Bexar County stopped. Once a year, and Bexar County stopped supporting suburban cities. They only support unincorporated areas. And so actually back in 2000, I pulled all the old emails when I was looking at, back in 2013, the council started looking for somebody to do the household hazardous waste. We switched to Tiger, and as part of Tiger's contract, Tiger in their contract says they will assist us with the once a year household hazardous waste. They balked on their contract and they said, sorry, we can't help you. We can't. They looked for a vendor. They couldn't find a vendor. We had a whole meeting when the new council took over, and they said it's not something we can help with. We had some counselors that felt that they could find somebody. Some counselors reached out to some businesses that they knew. I think even Mr. Bradshaw's company had just switched trash services in 23. They reached out. Nobody would touch our household hazardous waste. The only way we could get a contract is if we would do essentially a sign-up sheet, and then people would list the items that they would want to do. Or you do a cap, an appointment only. And so we say we're only gonna take 10,000 paint, and once we hit that, we're done. And that means y'all are gonna have to turn people away. And so it just depends on how you want to handle that. What I'm hoping for is that in this agreement, when you decide on your solid waste agreement, that will be incorporated with all the fees associated in that contract. But in my 20 years, you haven't ever taken household hazardous waste. You've never held an event like this.
Never.
You know, and so we had, I think, a lot of people come and that they've been saving up their stuff. The big thing that I was disappointed with in all of this is the weekend before we had Earthwise Living and they had e-waste. Well, I wouldn't accept e-waste on this because we would be able to hold that for free on its own. So that cost on the e-waste, I would say next time, lessons learned, not to accept e-waste at your household hazardous waste. But again, this is something we've never done before. They didn't want to sign an agreement. She told me there were going to be additional fees. They couldn't incorporate the fees because they wouldn't negotiate a contract with me. And they only agreed to do the one time. They're not even planning on coming back. They only said, well, we're here because there were some connections done in order to help Earthwise Living, and that's what it was originally scheduled for. And so, no, this isn't something, absolutely, I wouldn't just get a service and not know what we were going to be charged, like a blank check like that. I know that's what it seems like, but that's not how this was handled. That's why I agreed to be here on site, to say I'll monitor the cost and cut the cost at a certain amount. And so the whole time they were here, they provided those cost updates.
Right.
They closed the letter and saying, we look forward to planning your next event.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
Right.
But we're hoping that whoever it is, whether it's Heritage is actually the only one in the area. There's other companies, but out of state, and so you've got to pay other additional fees. And so we're hoping that whoever we get they can negotiate some sort of agreement with them.
Right. I was going to just note that the latex paint, Melinda and I were talking about it this evening. I mean, we didn't even need to drop it off. All Melinda says you have to do is open up the can and let it air out, and that's it. Dry it out, and then you put it in the. But we had 1,660 pounds of it.
So it was a little unconventional way
yeah.
for me to solve a problem. I made a
But
call.
anyway, but thank you for that.
And I
mean,
didn't want,
think it
I
was
figured
good.
I'd get more in trouble losing the $15,000 grant than I would of,
Okay.
Can we move this on to consent
So
for next time?
consent for the next, okay, we can do that. And then let me let y'all know that I got a note midway through the meeting that agenda item 10.10 is being withdrawn. And so we will move.
Not ready yet.
It's
It'll
just
be
not
at-
ready.
it'll be at the next
Yeah.
meeting.
And so the consent is yes. And then so we've already taken 10.11. So under 11, request for members of the council to add future agenda items. Is there anyone that has any thoughts on that? Yes, Mr. Campos.
I'd like to put on the agenda for the next meeting, I don't know where it would belong, but the CPAC appointment for Place 3.
Yes, that's right. You have that.
And you already have the name for that, right?
I'm going to look at the list. I have the name. I'm hoping that they added the application.
Right.
Because I did talk to somebody
They
at
have
the
to have an
coffee.
application. Yeah. Okay. We can add that to the consent agenda, but that would be all right with the council. So, okay, very good. Anything else for the good of the cause? Hey, not too bad, 9:39 for a big agenda like this. So I move to adjourn without objection. Y'all, thank you. Have a good evening, and we'll see you on August the 20th. Be safe. All right.
You got out before 10.
Come on, Ray. Come on, Ray. Yeah, have a nice trip. Bring us back souvenirs.
Souvenirs? Okay, I'll bring y'all some keychains. Depends whether we get a hotel next week. Oh, yeah.
So you're leaving town, huh?
Yes, sir. Got it?
Up the ocean? Oh, you got, okay. You went one time, and now you're going again. 14th. Very cute. So you still working?
sexual predator, who was he referring to? Oh, I know. Is he allowed to do that?
Allowed to say whatever he wants, but we can also correct him if he says things are wrong. That's why I need a point of information. I didn't hear, I made it really
I honestly think it should have just been an open room, this consent agenda. I mean, I defer to you guys because y'all are making the decision, but I think the idea was to kind of, let's keep it on the down low so we can get other things. But honestly, but look, and you're going to get this every meeting. I think doing it that way, it does kind of, it looks a little weird, you know, to the citizens. Just do it in the open, get rid of him, and he needs to be shamed. I mean, by having done it in the open, he should have been shamed for that. That was my issue with y'all not doing it that way. You know, I mean, I think Crystal did it to protect him, is what I think. You know, I think the staff like him for some reason. They think he's a wonderful guy. Yeah. But, that's why at first, when I heard that they were going to do it this way, I did not think it was a good idea.
Well, a burr under the saddle should only last so long. Eventually you remove it. Not on the ass. Huh?
Depends on the ass saddle.
Yeah, but because in the blanket you get it removed.
You know, I know.
Well, I'm sorry, even Catherine out here, she's like, do y'all now believe?
Is that what she's here for?
I was like, no. I don't think a lot of people believe you. I said, look at what Blackmore did earlier. We were tied in with all these people who try to destroy lives, try to get people in charge, got people arrested. You and your parents and many of your friends were filing false affidavits on the resident. Yeah, Josh was? I
You know they were looking for something for me.
They wanted to arrest him.
Whatever they could do.
You get out, or how'd you escape that?
No, and they tried to criminalize what he told them.
Well, then you all did away with it or something. What happened?
Got it.
Oh, you went to court.
Olin, it was the night that you got arrested.
When I sit up there and I talk, it's like,
and that's where they try to come after him.
Because they said it was undermined. As if I was saying from that.
It was after the meeting at Earl St. Nias, right?
Yeah, but I was still wearing my suit. I was still in my suit. That's what they said. I was still in my suit, so therefore I'm.
Well, you didn't have this on.
No. So if you have your suit and your tie, you're counsel.
That's the most ridiculous.
I'm supposed to go into the closet like Superman and come out. Oh, no, I'm not a counselor anymore. It was
Even if you did it as a bias.
that's beautiful. They did clear up.
Hey, Judge, look, this is proof. The only reason.
So what proof did he have?
No, that was the proof. We gave that offer in writing.
Okay. Oh, so since they said no, here they don't.
Yeah, we said, look, the only reason they removed it is to remove it. He said it well. He took the hook right and sinker. The guy was way ahead of it.
There's a reason the auditors use
The question I have, what is going on?
The builder put in, and they were.
I think that they're.
At this late date.
I think
At this late date.
I think they see the election coming and they want to keep it.
And then they started dropping land, it would.
Idea that I somehow was going to get appointed as chair.
I didn't want it. Yeah, you appointed somebody else.
I wanted to.
You had a deal and it fell through, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, I know as little as possible out there, but we'll have to learn along the way. But you know, this idea that you're.
I had another person ask me tonight.
It's not just that.
You know how to do everything there.
Oh, yeah, right.
Well, I think right now
Was that?
are people mainly from this. Mayor, have you ever seen anybody
They don't bother me when the loans are when it's right in their backyard. Well, that's not, I just talked to,
Payment with everything built into it, is commensurate with wage increase.
you know, if they were
And what, I mean, you guys are making money, that
several years
that
ago,
either.
it could have
I
gone
thought on it, but I don't think it was right.
25 or 30 years
Right?
ago, it could have gone.
So,
I told them.
all I'm saying,
You guys are
it is all
deciding
relative, that's
every
why
policy
when John said to me,
Yeah, the reason now it's gotten to a point where it's a smaller, denser houses is because you walked it back to when you could have had better conditions, but it's never been good enough. Last year and a half ago when this all came out, R1 wasn't even good enough for you guys. When they made RE1. Yeah, well, yeah, but
that's the hospital.
that's basically.
That's right. That's right.
They felt that they could dictate the whole city what was going to happen. Because they live in I think they've had their way long enough. Can I get you to carry something else for me?
Not really.
Yes, the more you raise, the more you have.
No, it doesn't.
No, exactly. It goes because the more money you have, the more the government will spend. Same with the school district. The more money they have, the more the school district
Chris,
will spend.
you might want to adopt an ordinance not allowing funds for active power.
It's for the children, and I'm not seeing the children get it. I'm seeing more and more bureaucracy.
Yeah, but that's a bigger problem that's just not.
It's the same with
Beyond
government.
Valley.
It's the same.
It's national. 5
Oh,
days.
I set up higher in my car.
Yes. And that's the whole thing, here's mine. Here is
It's all the same game. It's all chicken. Okay, all right. Yeah. Yeah, maybe so. That's on Saturday. Yeah. NRA. What, did you invite her? She loves guns. Oh, absolutely. Love her. All the way.
I got your text message.
Have every right to. You have every right to.
Wow.
Oh, that's Michelle Bayevo.
He says, no, I wasn't gonna do it.
Because he doesn't do it. He might say it, but he doesn't do it.
For the opening and stuff about it?
It's the left that does ugly things. They're the ones that go and target people just like
Okay.
just like the old days. They used to office.
No, it's just that you have to understand, your street was already done, and when Smith and Baker came in, no, it's Smith and Baker. Baker Homes, I can tell you exactly who did what homes.
Charges came about until they found out.
71, well, I bought the property in 71. It was a lot on a piece of paper that we couldn't even get to go see because there was no carved street in the community. But after we signed for it like 3 weeks later.
Thank you, Olin. Olin, thank you.
Yeah, so anyway, what I'm saying is, your lot, when they did the street and the two homes, the model homes, how's your foot, baby? I mean, I'm like an idiot. Walked 3 blocks. I said, and I came back in my bag, and it's because like this, I told you, I'm gonna take back what I said about you. I'm the one who doesn't listen to God. You have not. And you just don't put. I know, but I'm not gonna do that again because my back is okay, just